Hello, stream. Hey, Nicole. Oh, I know, right? Isn't this a great shirt? I didn't buy it, unfortunately, or I could tell you what website to get it on. It was a gift from somebody who clearly knows me. All right. I'm not going to waste too much time with preamble, although I will say that today we announced to the email list and the YouTube channel about the new book. And to anybody just getting on just getting on the stream, there it is. Hey, Kristen. I'm super stoked. A bunch of people have pre-ordered it already. A bunch of people are probably going to pre-order more. Today, racking up print pre-orders for the first time in our life. All right. And let's get crack-a-lackin'. Hey, Ria. All right, Chapter 10. It seemed an eternity before a bell clanged out through the academy halls and Creedell called out that the students... Too many outs. Bell clanged through the academy halls. It seemed an eternity before a bell pealed and Creedell called out that the students were excused for their midday meal. It was good, Ria. It's actually what I'm going to talk about next week. So, almost before he finished speaking the words, the instructor was out the door like a shot. The other students moved to flee just as quickly, but not faster than Eben. Almost before he finished speaking the word, the instructor was out the door like a shot. Like a shot? Like a shot? A shot? From a gun? That doesn't exist? Gotta think of these things. The instructor was out the door like a... Could be like an arrow. The other students moved to flee just as quickly, but not faster than Eben. In mere moments, he was out the door and into the hallway, but the place was soon filled with bodies. Students emerging from the classes all in a mass until he could hardly move through the press. He spotted a door of white wood and remembered that those were the doors leading outside. The thought of open air, free from the press of bodies and the crushing... The thought of open air, free from the crowd and the crushing weight of his embarrassment, suddenly seemed the greatest of luxuries, and he pushed past several students to reach the door. It opened easily. Soon he was alone on the grassy lawn outside. Could be a shot from an arrow, but then I'd rather just say an arrow, because the word has connotations in the modern day. Soon he was alone on the grassy lawn outside, neither students nor instructors. No instructors were there to disturb him, all having gone inside for their meal, and for a while Eben simply walked through the gardens, closing his eyes and trying to forget the morning's disappointment. He wished he had not come. For years he had thought the academy would be a place of magic and wonder where he could finally learn to harness the gifts that some fated but seen fit to bestow on him. Yet thus far, if anything, the place seemed worse than Idris. At least in his family's manner he had... At least in his family's manner he had Albie to visit and commiserate with. Here he had no one. And while the academy itself was a beautiful place and the High King's seat rich in splendor and history, he found himself for the first time feeling a homesickness for the arid deserts of home. Were the sand dunes and the dry air really so bad? At least they were familiar, and at least there, though he was beneath his father's notice, still he was a child of wealth and power. Here he was nothing, or mayhap less than even that. Tentative, yay, Nicole. There was a stone bench nearby, and he slumped down onto it with a sigh. He hung his head so low that it nearly touched his knees, elbows grating against the rough fabric of his robes. Could he still leave? Mayhap it was not too late. His parents would have left the island already, and mayhap Halab would have done the same by now. But he had some coin, mayhap enough to secure passage back home. He thought of returning. In his mind's eye, he saw himself walking through the broad front doors of his family's home, into the entry hall where Tammin would be waiting, no doubt wide-eyed with shock at seeing his master's return. And he thought of Albie's delight to see him in his mother's warm embrace. But the thought ran further, and he saw his father at the head of the dinner table, looking at him across a meal of meat pies and figs, silently gloating at his son's failure. Eben's hands balled to fists in his lap, shaking for a moment before he managed to still them. He felt the muscles of his jaw jerking as he ground his teeth together. He would not return. That would mean that father had won, and he could not bear such a thought. And he saw, too, the disappointment in his aunt's eyes if she found out. When she found out. Because she would. She had arranged all of this. Certainly she had been the one to persuade his father to change his judgment. Always she had shown him nothing but kindness and compassion. He would not repay her by spurning her gift, by fleeing from his studies before they had truly begun. Without meaning to, he shot to his feet. Mayhap he would fail in his training. Mayhap the academy would throw him out on his ear, there to find passage home however he could. But he would not leave until then. Darkness take Creedell, and darkness take the Dean. Here at last he could practice his spells without rancor, at least if he kept himself from Lilith's sight. If the academy could not teach him, then he would teach himself, or find someone else to do it. His heart burned at the thought, and it seemed for the moment, for a moment. Ooh, good luck. Ooh, double good luck. Maybe you can sneak into their archives and shit and rephrase things so that everybody comes to realize what an asshole Malfurion and Thrall are. A secret agent working for Kristen and Jess on the inside. Ooh. All right. I just got an email notification, and I'm sorry, but rip productivity, because we're going to watch this.
Enemy spotted. Need backup. Get in position and wait for my go. Okay, let's go.
You get nothing. You lose.
Oh my god!
Stop.
Everyone, get in here! Surprise, motherfucker!
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
I don't think so!
Oh shit.
That was fucking sick. Damn, son.
What the fuck is this?
What the fuck? What the fuck? Oh, man. Only thing I didn't like only thing I didn't like in that video is it's going to make some people think that it's okay to take Hinterland's blast. Never. Never, ever, 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 ever. On behalf of all of your Hero League teams for all time, through all of history, alrighty, back to work. Back to not being a unproductive lazy ass. Whoops. Da, 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 da. His heart burned at the thought, and it seemed for a moment as if he could cast a spell right then. But then his... His heart burned at the thought, and it seemed for a moment as if he could cast a spell right then, but his stomach rumbled loud in his belly until he thought he might hear it inside the academy's granite walls. Eben smirked to himself. He had skipped the morning's meal and had not even had dinner the night before. Before. If he wished to become a great alchemist, he would first have to eat. He made his way back to the white door. Inside, the passageway was now empty, but Eben could hear voices drifting to him along the stone hallway, and he followed the sound. Soon he found the wide doors that led into the dining hall. The room was large, larger than he had anticipated, with a low ceiling and many benches laid out in rows. At the back was the food, served by attendants into simple dishes made of wood. Eben did not see any sense of order to how the other students sat, except that students of the same age seemed to sit together. But there were many empty tables spread about the place. Quickly he made his way between the benches and was thankful that everyone ignored him as he went. An attendant filled a bowl with stew and gave him the end of a bread loaf, and he made his way to one of the empty tables. He ate voraciously, stomach gurgling in appreciation with every bite. Though it lacked the fine spices of the food he was used to, still after his long fast it seemed one of the better meals he had had in a long time. When his bowl was empty, he leaned back, sighing with relief. Idly he tore a piece of bread away and scraped at the leavings. His eyes fell upon the cup of water. Upon his cup of water. Mayhap he could practice. He looked around quickly. Though he saw no students using magic anywhere, he had heard no rule that it was forbidden, and he would need all the practice he could get, since Credell seemed too frightened of his family name to be of much help. He took the cup and dipped his finger within. Slowly he stilled his mind, closing his eyes and trying to envision the water for what it truly was. He opened his eyes again and focused. Something tickled at the back of his mind, but the water remained water. Eben stirred it with a finger, but nothing happened. The cup clacked against the table as he slammed it down. Evan slammed the cup down and it clacked against the table. Even the testing spell seemed out of his reach. It is fine, he told himself. You only need practice. 10 years you have been kept from your magic. You cannot expect to learn it in a day. How go the spells, Jester? Excuse me. His gut curdled at the sound of Lilith's voice. He turned to see her standing behind him, still accompanied by the 2 students he had seen in the common room next to the dormitories. The 3 of them held their meals in their hands, but the bowls were half eaten. They had been eating already. Half empty. But the bowls were half empty. They had been eating already and had stopped to come torment him. Leave me alone, said Eben. I am in no mood for games. Oh, but what else are jesters for? Lilith stepped forwards to sit beside him on the bench. The boy with her sat on her other side, while the other girl sat on Eben's left. They shuffled slightly, pressing up against him, Lilith leaning close. Are you finding your lessons difficult? How do you enjoy the other infants in your class? They must be keeping you good company, for I think you are of a mind with them. Eben ground his teeth together. Well, he remembered Gia's warning that fighting among students was not tolerated. No doubt Lilith was thinking of this as well, and sought to anger him in order to get him in trouble. He would not give her the satisfaction. Seeing his restraint, she leaned closer still, and her voice became silky smooth. You know, do you not, that in truth your ignorance is no great loss? You would only be a transmuter, and what value are they? All know that elementalism is the strongest of the 4 branches. Mentalism is a close second, and therianthropy at least has some uses. But transmutation? What will you do if you learn your magic? Will you become some nobleman's plaything in the outland kingdoms, turning water into wine for his court? The other 2 snickered loudly, drawing gazes from students at the tables nearby. Eben felt his skin darkening as they turned to look at him, looked at Lilith, and then quickly looked away. He knew that look from too many years spent in his father's company. He was a mouse and the favorite plaything of a tomcat, and they would keep their distance lest they get scratched. I will show them who is a mouse, he thought wildly. His hands balled into fists on the table. Rules be damned, he would knock Lilith to the floor, let her jeer at him then. What is going on here, Lilith? Eben looked up to see Gia standing at the table. Her eyes were sharp and narrow, but they were looking at Lilith, not at him. Lilith and her friend shuffled slightly away from Eben on the bench. Nothing, Gia, said Lilith, her voice light, unconcerned. Instructor Gia. Nothing, Gia, said Lilith, her voice light, unconcerned. We're only welcoming the Academy's newest student. Gia's voice took a quality Eben had not heard from her before, and it bit like sharpened steel. That is Instructor Gia to you, student, and I have no doubt how welcoming you can be. Take your greetings and yourselves and move them elsewhere, or I will see you scrubbing the dormitory floors. Lilith ducked her head in acquiescence and made to rise. Her lackeys did the same, but as she made to stand, still bent over and facing away from Gia, she leaned close one last time to hiss at Eben. Keep your eyes open, little jester. You and I shall have such fun together. Eben swallowed hard as they left. Gia stayed put for a moment, watching them go. When she was satisfied, she looked back at Eben. Still, his fists were clenched on the tabletop, and now they were quivering. Shaking her head, Gia made to sit down, but Eben leapt up in a rush, leaving his bowl and cup behind him as he fled the dining hall. Excuse me. Chapter 11. I'm going to actually plug in my headphones so the computer stops dinging. Chapter 11. Eben ran through passageway after passageway, and soon he was hopelessly lost. He saw white doors and brown rooms he thought were instructors' offices and rooms he was sure were classrooms, but he feared to pass through any of them, for he knew he would look like a fool, and he had had quite enough of that for one day. It was a long while yet before he must go to the library for his afternoon lessons, and so he let his steps wander, trying to get some sort of bearing on the halls. And so after he slowed to a walk, he let his steps wander, trying to get some sort of bearing on the halls and the manner in which they were laid out. Slowly he came to realize that the doors themselves were a sort of code. White wooden doors led outside to the training grounds and gardens. Doors with iron bands were classrooms. Double doors led to large rooms of special significance, such as the dining hall or the library. When he saw some instructors disappearing into their studies, he paused and searched the doors for some identifying marks. Then he realized that their lack of ornamentation was their marker. A door of plain brown wood, unadorned. Unadorned. A door of plain brown wood, undecorated, led to a study. All but the dean's door, of course, which had been made of iron. Eben wondered why that was. He found a staircase and took it up, looking for similar signals in the upper floors. But it seemed to him that the dormitory doors looked just like the doors to the studies, unless there was some other identifying mark he could not see. And every so often he came upon a door of ebony or some other black wood. But all of the black doors were locked, and he had no faintest idea what might lie behind them. Eben froze in the hallway. He had entirely lost track of time, and now it seemed to him more than an hour must have passed. The afternoon classes had surely already begun. He ran down the first stairwell he found and pounded through the hallways on the first floor. Now that he knew which doors led where, he was not quite so hopelessly lost as he had been, but still he did not know how to make his way deeper into the academy, for he had no sense of direction. The halls were empty, so there were no students to follow or instructors to ask for direction. At last he found a short hallway ending at two doors that looked very familiar. The library, or so he hoped. When he ran and threw the doors open, he nearly dropped to the floor in relief. Before him and above him, the library stretched, vast and dusty, and filled with the orange glow of the amber-colored glass in the ceiling. Then he realized that he had come storming through in a rush, and much louder than he had meant to. The gaze of every student for 30 paces was fixed on him, all of them frozen in shock, and in the center of them all was Gia, one brow raised as she regarded him. Eben gulped and closed the doors behind him, as slowly and as quietly as he could manage. Only then did the students at last turn back to their books, though a few glanced up at him once or twice. Gia never turned her gaze away. He made his way between the tables towards her. Gia never turned her gaze. He made his way through between the tables towards her, keenly aware that now he had sweated through the underarms of his robes, and he had not bathed that day and had no perfume to wear. "Well met, Eben," said Gia. "I see you have found your way to the library at last." He was grateful she did not bring up the incident at the midday meal. If she was content to forget all about it, Eben was more than willing to do the same. "Yes, instructor. I am sorry for being late. Still, I have not learned my way about this place. I told you that I expected as much. Think nothing of it. Though the citadel is large, soon you will walk these halls like one born to them." He flushed, suppressing a smile, and looked about. Once more he was struck by the size and grandeur of the place. Though its 3 levels loomed over him, grave and solemn, still he found himself more curious than intimidated. What am I meant to do now?" "Well, that depends. In the strictest sense, you are not meant to do anything other than enhance your knowledge in whatever way you and I deem best." He blinked. "I do not understand." "Come, sit with me." She waved him over to a table at the edge of the room and moved to sit in a chair beside it. He took the one opposite her as she shifted the books between them so they could see each other. "Do you know what you mean to do when you have completed your training here, Eben?" Eben thought about it for a moment, and then he shook his head. "I have never thought of it." Eben considered it for a moment, and then he shook his head. "I have never thought of it. Until 2 days ago, I never thought to set foot in the academy at all. My father had long forbid it. Now it seems that all I can do is try to keep up. And you should. I have no doubt that that will consume much of your thought and effort, especially at first. Much of your effort. So much thought. But you must begin to think upon this question at once, for its answer is the entire purpose of your study within the library." Gia leaned forwards, her gaze holding his. "Except for a very few who stay and become instructors in turn, every wizard who studies here will go on to do something else in Underrealm. Some will serve as advisors in the courts of royalty or merchants. This is especially true of the commoners whose training is sponsored by a noble. Others will wander the countryside, using their spells for the benefit of the common folk. In either case, a wizard's purpose is to serve the 9 lands, and therefore the greater their knowledge, the better for all the kingdoms." Eben had never thought of this, not that he had had much cause to. Eben had never thought of this, not that he had had much cause to, never having been allowed to meet another wizard. "You make it sound like a great burden. It is a high responsibility, and one that not every wizard takes seriously. I hope that you will, Eben. But I still do not understand, instructor. What shall I study here?" She leaned back in her chair, spreading her hands. "Whatever you think will serve you best, in whatever capacity you think you will find yourself after the academy." Eben shook his head. "I've told you I do not know what I shall do then." "Well, then, mayhap that should be your first goal, to decide. Do you have any interests already?" Eben looked away, studying his fingernails. He cleared his throat quietly. "Not any in particular." Not any in particular. Gia gave him a wry smile. Your eyes give lie to your words, Transmuter. Come now, what do you enjoy reading about? Many here enjoy herbs and healing. Others are interested in husbandry and the growing of crops. All are excellent areas of study if you mean to travel about the Nine Lands and help others. So? Still he felt embarrassed. Throughout his life, a great many things had brought the sharp words and sneers of his father, but the sharpest and the cruelest were often in response to this love of Eben's, which he had long since learned to keep well hidden. He spoke quietly, still uncertain. I would sometimes find myself reading a book of history. I enjoy tales of the past, of kings and the like who have long since died. Sometimes I would read of armies and battles, the rise and fall of kingdoms. I do not know why, but such tales they seem to call to me. At first, Gia did not answer him. He felt sure she must be smirking at him, but when at last he raised his eyes to look at her, he saw a small but warm smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. That is a fine pursuit, she said. The wisdom of what is gone is often of great help to the days in which we live, and even in times to come. That is not an actual sentence. The wisdom of what... The wisdom of the past can be of great help to us in the present. The wisdom of the past can be of great help to us in the present and lets us create better times to come. Haha, come. All right. First 50 minutes is up. Going to take a brief break, and I'll be right back. Hey, we're back. Evan smiled despite himself and turned away bashfully. My father called it stupid. He said only fools spent their days living in the past. Your father sounds like the greater fool to me, she said snippily. Though he had not spoken the words himself, still Evan felt a little thrill, as though he and Gia had shared in some petty misdeed together. As though he and Gia had done some petty misdeed together. They shared a brief smile before Gia went on. I think you will find many helpful volumes here. After all, every book is history, if only it manages to survive the ravages of time for long enough. The older books are kept on the third level, as are the histories compiled by more modern scholars. Take that staircase just there and then follow the walkway around to the northern wall. I will give you the name of a few volumes you may find helpful. Some are good to read all on their own, but you should start with one that may point you in the direction of others. Read it first, and I think you will find yourself pulled towards others that may interest you. But you should start with one that may point you in the right direction. Read it first, and I think you will find yourself drawn towards others that may interest you. She took a small scrap of parchment and scribbled at it with a quill from the table. After a moment, she handed the scrap over to Evan. The first title was underlined, and he read it out loud. A treatise on the great families of the 9 lands, their origins and lineage. What is it? Her eyes sparkled as she regarded him. The beginnings of a great journey through the last many centuries, if I guess right. Chapter 12. Chapter 11 done, by the way. Wordlessly, he stood and made his way to the staircase she had shown him. It was wrought in iron and turned in a circle, one even tighter than the staircase from the Academy's first floor up to the dormitories. He found that it ended at the second floor, and that another staircase stood some 10 paces away to reach the third. On the third floor, the railing was He found that it ended at the second floor. It ended at the second floor, and another nearby staircase led to the third. On the third floor, the railing was 8 paces away. He went to it to look over. His hands gripped the railing tightly, and he found it hard to breathe. He must have been at least 15 paces in the air, mayhap 20. The figures walking about the first level were now tiny. He could hide them with his thumb. His chest tightened, and he turned away quickly, moving closer to the wall. The north end, Gia had said. He made his way there quickly. He went there quickly, keeping his gaze from the railing. Soon he had reached it, and he scanned the shelves. Every book there was bound in leather, and they were of all colors and sizes. On the parchment beside the title, Gia had scrawled the words, "Second shelf, third down, red." He found the second bookcase, which had 7 shelves. The third down was filled with many tomes. Several of them read, but none of the titles scrawled upon the spines matched the one he had been sent to find. Puzzled, he looked at the parchment again. He had not misread it. The book was not there. There was one hole in the shelf, a space where a book might be, but nothing more. Mayhap Gia had misremembered where the book was, or mayhap it had been moved. He glanced at the other shelves quickly, but none of them held his prize. Then he moved to the next bookcase and the next. Mayhap he had missed it. He went back and forth across all of them, finding every red book and reading the title carefully to ensure he had not made a mistake. Then he looked at the other colored books, too. Still nothing. He ground his teeth. Mayhap he should find another title. But no, she had been very clear about where he should begin. He wondered for a moment if the missing book was some cruel joke by Lilith. He could not see her anywhere when he looked about. But his wondering eye did catch on something. At one of the tables nearby, He looked about, but could not see her anywhere. But his wandering eye did catch on something. At one of the tables... At one of the tables, another student sat deeply engrossed in a tome. A stack of other books sat by the boy's left hand, and at the bottom of the stack was a red book. Eben took a step closer. There, glistening with gold foil that had been worn off in places, he read the title, A Treatise on the Great Families of the Nine Lands, Their Origins and Lineage. Eben took another tentative step forward. He tried to lean over to place himself in the boy's field of vision, but the boy did not move. Another step. Still the boy read on, his nose only a few fingers from his book. He could not have seen more than 14 years. His eyes, now squinting as he read, were close together, and his hair shone with a copper tint in the light of the lamps that hung on the library walls. Though he felt at a loss for a moment, Eben quickly chastised himself. The boy was just that, a boy, at least 2 years younger than Eben was. All his attention was focused on his book, except when his eyes darted to the side to take notes with a quill. He was not even reading the book that Eben needed. Ahem! He cleared his throat far louder than he had intended. Every student within 10 paces jumped in their seats and turned to him with glares. "Sorry, I am sorry," he whispered, trying to reinforce the apology by waving his hands. Slowly they turned back to their books, all but the boy with copper hair. Oh, the timer. Now at last he was looking up at Eben. His blue eyes were wider than Eben had at first realized, and now they seemed to take up the larger part of his face. His head was cocked to the side slightly, button nose reminding Eben strangely of his sister Alby's, though otherwise the two of them could not have looked more different. Eben stepped still closer. Now he was at the table, standing above the boy. "I was told to read this book by Instructor Gia," he said in a whisper. "Will you need it for much longer?" The boy's gaze dropped to the book. "Yes," he said, and resumed his reading. His quill darted across the parchment. Eben stood stock still for a moment, unsure how to respond. At last he pulled out the chair opposite the boy and sat down. That drew the boy's attention again. "I'm sorry, mayhap I did not speak clearly. Gia told me to read the book." "Might I use it, at least until you require it again?" The boy blinked his blue eyes twice in quick succession, and then his brow furrowed. Again he looked at the book as though he was hearing Eben's words now for the first time. "Wait, you say that Gia told you to read it? It is a tome of history." "I know," said Eben. "I told her that was what I wished to read, and she pointed me this way." The boy's eyes shot wide. "You asked to study history?" Sky above, I cannot remember meeting another student who found it interesting. Then he drew back, looking suspicious. "Is this a jest? Are you playing some joke?" "It is no jest," said Eben, taken aback. Why would it be?" The boy sighed and shook his head. "Because older children always play jokes on me, and this is a beginner's tome. You are older than I am. Certainly you must have studied beyond it by now." Eben spread his hands. "I have not, I swear it. May I please borrow it? You may come and fetch me when you need it back." Once again those blue eyes widened, and the boy leaned forwards, though his whisper only grew louder. "You are a beginner. How can that be? How old are you? I would guess at least 16. Quickly Eben darted a look over his shoulder, but no one had taken any notice. "Do you need to shout it?" The boy only gave a little smile. "That settles it. Certainly you are new here." "Well, you are in luck, friend. I have read the treatise through and through, more times than I have kept count of. Gia told you, I imagine, that it is meant to point you to something else you might care to read?" "She mentioned something of that sort. Why?" The boy grinned. "Because I can tell you already what you should read instead. You will enjoy it far more if you have any sense at all, which I suspect you do. It is a history of the Wizard Kings." The room seemed to grow darker for a moment, and Eben felt the urge to look behind him again, but he fought it away. Even saying such words felt like a crime. "Do you mean this place has books about them?" "I am not sure if it is even supposed to be here." The boy leaned forwards. His forearms pressing down into the book on his lap. "I found it one day, searching for something else entirely. It bears no title either on its spine or its cover. I think the library's attendants simply missed it." Despite himself, Eben found himself... A secret book, possibly against the rules. Eben found himself yearning to read it. He stuck out a hand across the table. Then show me. I'm Eben, by the way. Calum of the family Connell, said the boy. He reached out to grasp Eben's wrist. Come, I've hidden it away to keep it from being found. They stood, the red book forgotten. Calum took his hand and dragged him away, down the walkway and around to the other side of the library. But he stepped far too close to the railing for Eben's liking, and Eben drew back. Calum blinked at him. What is it? Eben eyed the railing distrustfully. I do not enjoy heights. He thought the boy might laugh at him, but Calum only gave a solemn nod. I did not either. Then I spent 2 years on this floor of the library. The feeling shall pass in time, but for now we will walk closer to the wall. So they did until they reached the other end. 3. Then I spent 3 years on this floor of the library. The feeling shall pass in time, but for now we will walk closer to the wall. So they did until they reached the other end of the floor. There on the southern wall, Eben found to his surprise that the wall had 2 passageways. There on the southern wall... Northern wall. Northern wall? Yes. So they did until they reached the other end of the floor. There on the northern wall, Eben found to his surprise that there were 2 passages leading into the granite. Through one... Calum took him through and into a room that mirrored the library on the other side, just as wide, just as long, but with only a single floor below it. He realized that this second part of the library must extend back into the citadel quite a ways until it butted up against the back walls of the dormitories. It is even bigger than I thought, breathed Eben. Calum grinned back at him. You had not seen this yet? Is it your first day? My second, said Eben. How could so many books have ever been written? It must have taken 1,000 scribes 1,000 years. I do not doubt it, said Calum. Come. There were far fewer people in this part of the library, and Eben saw none at all on the same floor as them. All the students he could see were on the floor below. The lamps were less well tended, and there was no amber skylight to fill the place with a warm glow, so that they passed from light to shadow and back again. In the farthest, darkest corner of the library, Calum stopped at last. No doubt you received some training wherever you came from, said Calum. You can come here and do this any time you like, only remember where it is. So saying, he went to the narrow space between 2 bookshelves where the granite wall showed through. Placing his hands to the wall, he concentrated for a moment. From behind him, Eben saw the glow of his eyes. Under Calum's fingers the stone shifted, turning liquid and sliding aside. When he took his hands away, a perfect hole, like a shelf, had appeared in the rock. Upon that shelf sat a book bound in blue leather. With careful, reverent hands, Calum reached in to withdraw it. Here it is, he said, an account of the Dark War and the Fearless Decree. Eben shuddered as though an icy draft had blown down his back. You say you found this shelf? How did you know it was there? Calum shook his head quickly. I found the book in the library. I made the shelf myself. It is no great feat. Making a little note that actually comes from the... That's a little note derived from the Council of Lore. Hey, Darth Smork. Eben turned his gaze away. I am untrained. My father never wanted me to learn magic. He only sent me here after my aunt convinced him. Timer is, I work for 50 minutes and then I walk for 10. Just to keep the body active. Prevent long-term health problems. You know how it is. Caleb's blue eyes grew wider for a moment, glistening in the lamplight. That is a great sorrow. Magic is a gift and not one to be cast lightly aside. But come, you are here now and have much interesting reading to do. He led Eben to a corner where a small table waited with 2 plush red chairs beside it. Before they sat, Eben risked a look around, but saw still no students were inside on their floor. Caleb saw his look and his copper brows drew close together. Why do you keep looking about? No one is here to see us read it. It is not that. Eben stopped. How could he tell this boy that already he was mocked for having to study with children, and he had no wish to give Lilith and her friends further cause to torment him? But Caleb must have read something on his face, for once again he looked solemn and nodded. I am young. You think I am a child and do not wish to be seen with me. It is not that, Eben said quickly, wishing he had been quicker to find a lie. That is a tome of the Wizard Kings. But Caleb waved him to silence. Do not trouble yourself. I am well used to it by now. They placed me in a class more advanced than my years, for I learned my first transmutation lessons quickly. Now I am 2 years ahead. None of the other students in my class wish to spend much time with me either. I am somewhat used to it. But despite the boy's words, Eben could see how Caleb avoided his gaze. But despite the gentle words, Caleb avoided his gaze. Eben's attention caught on something else entirely, however. Did you say you were an alchemist? Caleb blinked in surprise. Are you indeed so unused to magic? Of course I am a transmuter, and you should not use the commoner's word for it, by the way. You saw me shift the stone. What else would I be? Eben cursed. He should have recognized it at once, but he was unused... But he was unused to seeing such bells. You and I share a gift. I am an alchemist, that is, a transmuter. Caleb's mouth dropped open, his cheeks growing flush with joy. Sky above, you're in Credel's class, then. I am, sadly. Eben shook his head and lowered his eyes. Sadly? What do you mean? Eben shook his head and hit his hand upon the table, harder than he had meant to. Credel seems terrified of me. He quivers too much to give me any sort of lessons. I only hope he gets over his terror long enough for me to pass beyond his class. Caleb nodded sagely. Ah, I see. I suffered much the same fate when I studied with him, though not so bad as you make it sound. Did you? Why? Once again the boy's cheeks flushed and he lowered his gaze. I imagine you must not know much of the kingdom of Hedgemon. We Connells are of the royal family there, a smaller clan, yet still holding close to some power. You must be royalty as well, though from your look I would guess you are from Idris. I suppose that makes us kin, though no doubt very distant. Eben let that pass without correcting him. At last it seemed he had met a friendly face here, and he would do nothing to drive the boy away with the name of Drayden. And if he invited scorn by befriending Caleb, what of it? It seemed that to Lilith he was already a laughingstock, and to the other students he was someone to be avoided. Caleb's friendship could hardly hurt. How then did you deal with Credel? For you said you took to your lessons quickly, or at least quickly enough that you have eventually graduated his class. Caleb did not seem to notice that Eben had avoided his question. I did the best I could, listened when he instructed the others, and practiced in my every spare moment. Once you pass the novice test, you will move beyond Credel's class. What is the novice test? No one made mention of it to me. Caleb gawked at him. Indeed? You must be of much higher birth than me if Credel is that scared of you. The novice test is to turn a rod of wood into one of stone. Now Eben thought he Now Eben understood the wooden sticks he had seen in the hands of the other students in his class. Turning wood to stone? Is such a thing really possible? Have you really never seen such a thing? The boy smirked but quickly hid it. I'm sorry, Eben. I cannot imagine what it must have been like for you, being so sternly kept away from what should have been a great joy. My father thought magic was unseemly. Caleb drew back, looking at Eben with narrowed eyes. Caleb drew back and narrowed his eyes. Are you by some chance your father's eldest child? Eben felt he had drifted upon some dangerous ground, but he did not know what it was. I am. I had an older brother, but he was killed. You are the heir, then? The heir to your family's throne? You are the heir, then? The next head of your family? He swallowed hard, wondering how long he could maintain the deception of being royalty. I am my father's successor, yes. Do you think your father means to keep your talents hidden and put you upon... Do you think your father meant to keep your talents hidden? Do you think your father meant to keep your talents hidden and try to put you upon the throne? Eben felt himself blanched. Eben blanched. No one would try to put a wizard upon a throne. That would invite the High King's wrath. You know this. I do, said Caleb, looking at his fingers where they toyed with each other in his lap. Yet I have heard rumors that some have tried it. Always they are found and put to death by the mystics and the king's law both. Yet still some try. That was not my father's aim, I promise you. He would sooner see me in exile than holding any power, I think. Caleb looked at him. I am relieved to hear it, though it is a sad thing indeed. My father never had to worry about such. My sister waits to take his place at the head of the family, and I have 2 older brothers besides. Also, we are far removed from the line of succession to Hedgeman's throne. Sometimes I think my father scarcely notices me, and he is... He blushed and looked down. Eben leaned forwards. What is it? You may tell me. The boy was silent a moment. He is more concerned with our coin than with me, I think. We do not have the wealth we once did, and sometimes I have heard him and my mother speaking of what they might have to do if our coffers should run dry. I sometimes wonder if they will be able to keep paying for my teachings here. I do not know what I would do if they could not. Pity flowed through Eben, much to his surprise. Of all the many causes for concern his family had often given him, worry of their wealth was not one of them. It seemed that the Drayden accounts were bottomless, and with that thought he had a flash of inspiration. He turned his chair to face Caleb and leaned forwards intently. Then let me make you this bargain, Caleb of the family, Connell. I will learn nothing while I am under Credel's tutelage, so you shall teach me instead. If you do, I shall give you a portion of my allowance. You can save it, and if your family cannot pay for your schooling, you will do it yourself. Caleb looked at him, eyes shining. You would do this? Why? Eben shrugged. Coin is a little concern to us. I am much more worried about how fast I shall learn my spells. It seems that each of us may solve the other's problem. What do you say? Is the bargain struck? Caleb grinned and thrust forth a hand. It is. Eben shook his wrist. Done then, and I propose that we celebrate our pact. Let me take you out upon the seat tonight, and we shall toast our bargain until we cannot see to find our way home. The boy's smile vanished, and his eyes grew wide. Do you mean to say we shall drink? Eben smiled. As an alchemist, you may be the master, but it seems I have much to teach you as well. Oh, Caleb, you precious boy. Chapter 12 done. Get it done. Chapter 13. They left the library the moment the bell rang. Eben greatly wished for better clothes to wear out. Oh, it was a long chapter. Oh, lordy lord. But neither of them had anything grander than their simple black robes. But on the other hand, that meant there was no delay before their departure. He half thought that if Caleb were given any chance at all, the boy would turn tail and run as fast as he could. It is only that I have never had wine or ale before, Caleb said, as Eben practically shoved him through the academy's front door and into the street. My mother and father viewed drinking much the same way your father, it seems, viewed magic. Then they are all wrong, though for different reasons, said Eben. There is much joy, and mayhap even some wisdom, to be found in the bottom of a cup, as you will soon learn. But we should find a place as far from the academy as we can, so long as we can still find our way back. They were not the only ones leaving the academy. All around them, students in black robes flooded the streets, all of them seeming to have the same intent as Eben, to forget the day's lessons and worries with brewed grape and grain. Eben saw many taverns as they walked. To forget the day's lessons and worries with the bounty of grape and of grain. To forget the day's lessons and worries with the bounties of grape and grain. Eben saw many taverns as they walked, but black-robed students entered all of them, and so he passed them by. Soon the streets thinned out except for the seat's usual crowds, tradesmen bringing their wares home for the day, and merchants and the nobility traveling here and there to attend parties and balls. It was a chillier day than the one before, and as the sun lowered, a brisk breeze snapped at their ears. Eben put his hands in the pockets of his robes to warm them. He found he was much more comfortable than the last time he had walked upon the seat, when Tammin had been at his side and he had worried that any misdeed might be carried straight to the ears of his father. Now he spun as he walked, looking all about him at the buildings. Some were tall and mighty, and others were small and modest, but all felt warm and comfortable. The seat is nothing like back home, he said, only half speaking to Caleb. Even in the capital, all the buildings are built of white plaster, and they glare in the sun until they hurt the eyes. Even in the capital, all the buildings are made of white plaster, and they glare in the sun until they hurt the eyes. Only the king's palace is different, lavish, built from stone and steel, and shining with gold spires and great domes. It is a pretty enough sight, I suppose, but I prefer the seat. I still miss home, Caleb said quietly. Our king rules from Highfell, and that is certainly no place so mighty as the seat. Yet though the buildings are simpler, they seem more welcoming, and though the palace is nowhere near so grand as the High King, still my breath was stripped away when I first beheld it. Eben looked at him in surprise. The boy spoke with surprising passion. Eben wondered what it was like to be homesick, truly homesick. Truly homesick, not like his earlier vague desire to flee the academy back to Idris. He imagined yearning for the place from which you hailed rather... He imagined yearning for the place from which you hailed rather than for a few people whose company you enjoyed there. They had not seen a black robe on the last many streets. And so Eben cast his eyes about for a tavern. Soon he found one, a place with no door barring its entry, and a wide window in the wall. He thought, with a flutter in his stomach, of the window through which they had spied a blue door. Had that really only been a few days ago? through which he had spied a blue door. Had that really only been a few days ago? It seemed a lifetime. Well, he remembered that place far to the west of here, and in the back of his mind he decided that he might visit it again if the chance arose. Excuse me. Had not Adara told him that she hoped he would return? They were the words of a lover, and mayhap spurred by coin, yet now he could find out for himself. But he drew his mind back to the here and now as he pulled Calum towards the inn. Come, we shall drink here. It seems a fine place, and just near enough that we shall not have trouble finding our way home. Are you certain? Said Calum, looking up at the sky. Already the day nears darkness. Then we shall walk home in torchlight. Come. They stepped in through the door. Eben was gratified to see that no one gave them a second glance. He still feared that Calum might try to escape, so he kept his hand on the boy's arm as they made on their way to the bar at the back of the tavern. There a stout man with great sprouts of brown hair on his cheeks surveyed them with a keen eye. There a stout man with great sprouts of brown hair on his cheeks. There a stout man with great growths of brown hair on his cheeks surveyed them with a keen eye. His thick nose was red, and he wore an air that said he could be friendly enough, but would brook no disturbance of his domain. Eben had seen it in many barkeeps over the years. Academy whelps, he said, and not ones I've seen before. Levin. Eben felt a moment's trepidation. Is our coin less welcome here than another's would be? The man shook his head. Coin is coin. Only that boy with you looks a bit young. I will care for him, said Eben, reaching into the purse at his belt. And coin is coin, as you say. He flipped a weight into the air, and the man caught it easily. His eyebrows raised slightly, and he bit down on the gold. So it is, young master. They call me Levin, and I am at your... They call me Levin, and I am at your service. Then let us have some wine. Then let us have some wine, Levin, and make it something fine from Calentin, but no cinnamon, if you please. I am Eben, and my friend here is Calum. I do not think we will drink enough for that weight tonight. But I ask that you do your best to help us try. If you do, I shall bring more of them. Levin nodded and turned to fetch a flagon from a shelf. This he gave to Eben, as well as 2 goblets of pewter, finer things than the wooden cups held by most of the tavern's other patrons. Eben nodded his thanks and shoved his way back into the crowd, seeking an empty table. Caleb was gawking at him. A whole gold weight. That must be fine drink indeed. Not so fine as the price I paid, said Eben. But here's your first lesson of taverns, Caleb. Pay the proprietor... Pay the proprietor well when you can and better than you should. If they are of a good sort, they will remember it when your purse weighs less. Now help me find a table. It is dim in here. The boy gulped and nodded. At last Eben spotted one in the corner, a low table with benches set to either side of it, and both of them shrouded in darkness. It was perfect. Even if another student from the academy were to come, he doubted they would see Eben or Caleb sitting in the shadows. Here, Caleb, this will do nicely. Eben shot up in the middle of sitting down, for his rear end had struck someone. What do you want? Snapped a voice. Eben peered closer and saw bright eyes peering at him out of the darkness. He had guessed right about the shadows. The girl had been invisible, so complete was her concealment. Then he leaned closer and saw that there was still another reason for it. Then he leaned closer and saw that there was still another reason for it. As well as her walnut dark skin, she wore the same black robes as Eben and Caleb and had her hood up. Another student from the academy. I did not mean... The girl only stared at him, and to his relief, Eben did not think he saw much rancor in her eyes. Did not mean to place your fat rear upon me. I should hope not. Eben swallowed. We can find another table. She studied him for a moment. Her hair was the color of wheat burnished by the sun, but he could see that it was dyed that color and cut in a short bob. Her light eyes were sharp. She studied him for a moment. Beneath the hood, her hair was the color of sun-dried wheat, but he could see that it was dyed that color and cut in a short bob. Her light eyes were sharp, peering at him over a thin nose. Slowly, those eyes turned downward, spying the flagon in his hand. You could sit elsewhere. You could sit elsewhere, but then what could two whelps like you do with all that wine? But then how could two whelps like you hope to drink all that wine? Eben looked to his right. Caleb's eyes were fixed on the girl. Hoping her words were an invitation, Eben nudged Caleb to take a seat on the other bench and then slid in to sit beside him. The girl had a wooden cup before her, and Eben carefully filled it before doing the same to the pewter goblets. Once the drinks were poured, he raised his and poked Caleb to do the same. "To the hospitality of strangers in taverns," he said. The girl neither answered nor raised her cup. Instead, she threw the wine back in one long pull and clapped the empty cup down on onto the table. Onto is fine. Eben hastened to follow her, but he could only drink half his goblet at once. Caleb seemed to have forgotten he was supposed to drink his at all. The girl closed her eyes, running a tongue across her lips. "Sky above, that is fine stuff." Her eyes snapped back open, narrowing at them. "Fine indeed. The two of you are gold bags, then." Eben balked. Mako, his aunt's guard, had used the same word, but he had never heard it before that, and had not wanted to ask the man for its meaning. But beside him, Caleb blushed and ducked his head. "We do not use that word where I come from," said Eben, feeling the need to bolster the boy. "It does not sound very polite." "That it is not," said the girl. She reached for the flagon and poured herself another cup, draining it in another long swallow. Eben expected her to explain further, but she spoke no word. Caleb still had not touched his goblet. Eben nudged him, and the boy took a tentative sip. His eyes widened, and he looked at Eben. That tastes wonderful," he said. The girl arched an eyebrow. "And this one is a gold bag whelp." Eben found his hackles rising, but he tried to stay calm. "If you intend to keep calling us that, at least tell me what it means." But Caleb spoke before the girl could answer. "It is just what it sounds like. Gold bags. Wealthy." Eben blinked. The girl leaned forward, smiling at him, but not very kindly. "Wealthy, eh? I suppose some would put it that way. Some others would say greedy, sitting in your palaces and manors, hoarding your gold. What do you lot do with all that coin, anyway?" He held her gaze. "Just now, we pay for you to drink a fine Colentin wine." She stared, and Eben feared she might strike him, either with her fist or with magic, he was not sure, and did not know which would be worse. But then she burst out laughing and leaned back against the wall behind her. "Fairly spoken and more well-mannered than I have been. Never let it be said that only your kind are polite. I am Theron." Eben noted carefully that she did not give a family name, but he did not think it wise to ask why. He thought he could guess. "I am Eben," he said, leaning forwards and extending a hand. "My friend is Caleb." "Of the family Connell," Caleb piped up. Eben winced. Already the girl seemed irritated at their status. It seemed unwise to dangle their parentage before her eyes. Sure enough, she sneered. "Oh, sky above, a royal gold bag." But when Caleb flushed and looked back towards his lap, she snickered. "Come now, child, I mean nothing by it. Gold bags are all alike to me. I think only you lot hold royalty in higher regard than the rest of us." "You are a student, I can see," said Eben, hoping to move the conversation onwards. "As are you. Of what branch, and what year? Inquisitive, are we not?" "Inquisitive, are we? A mentalist, 6th year." Eben glanced at Caleb and saw the boy looking at Theron with the same awe Eben was certain must show in his own face. "You are nearly finished with your training, then?" Theron shrugged. "Mayhap. They have not found a spell to teach me." 7th year. "They have not found a spell to teach me that I could not master. As long as they keep trying, I will keep learning, I suppose." Eben thought of the words he had had with Gia earlier. "And then? What will you do after? Surely your patron must be eager to have you back." Her lip curled, and he knew he had made a mistake. "Of course you would assume I have a patron," she said. "But then again, a gold bag would think that a common girl could not be at the academy without the help of some wealthy lord." "I meant no offense." He tried to show her he meant it. "I'm unused to the seat and unused to the academy especially. It seems I have much to learn before I can even speak without making a fool of myself." Her glower softened and she turned away. "It seems so. And besides, you speak true. I have a patron, though I do not relish it. Not all of us have it so easy as you two, no doubt sent here with a mountain of your parents' coin to waste. Though I cannot complain at how you choose to waste it." She lifted her cup for emphasis and then reached for the flagon again. Eben shrugged. "My family was not my choice, I assure you of that. Each life comes with its own struggles, and ours are no exception." She snorted. He ignored it, though it rankled him. "But if I am not fond of where my coin comes from, and if you and I both appreciate good wine, then help me waste it, I say." She wagged a finger at him. Now at last you speak wisdom. I suppose you are not so bad as all that, for a gold bag at any rate. But if you mean what you say about being wasteful, we shall need another 2 flagons at least. Wordlessly, Eben reached for his purse and produced another gold weight. She rose and took it, studying it in the lantern light for a moment. Then she looked up at him once more. Very well, Eben, she said. Eben did not miss the fact it was the first time she had used his name. Can you find it in you to forgive words harshly spoken? And you as well, Caleb? Can you find it in you to get the damned wine? Said Eben, smiling at her. The flagon is nearly empty, and we do not have all night to drink. Theron left them with a laugh. Eben turned his smile on Caleb. I think I like her, said Eben. Caleb did not speak a word, his eyes fixed on Theron from across the bar. Eben shoved his shoulder. Leave off, little gold bag. If you stare any harder, your eyes might melt. Your eyes may melt. Or mayhap she will melt them for you. Can a mind mage do that? That shook Caleb from his reverie, and he glared at Eben. A mentalist, Eben, honestly. And no, she could not. Though I could, if I learned the spell to shift living flesh. You can turn stone and not flesh, said Eben in surprise. But stone is so much stronger. Yes, and simpler. That is the key. Stone is much the same through and through, but our bodies are made up of so much. Water, they say, and fire, and, well, flesh. That is why you are set to work upon a wooden rod. Wood and all plants are somewhere in between flesh and stone. It is always simpler to turn something complex into something simple than the other way around. It is easier to turn something complex into something simple than the other way around. Eben felt as though his head was spinning. I fear I do not understand. Caleb leaned forwards, eyes sparking with interest. Eben had a feeling that the boy did not often get the chance to speak of such things with someone who cared to listen. There are hierarchies, you see. Stone is one of the simplest, then wood, then flesh, to speak broadly. To turn wood to stone is easy. Flesh to stone is harder, but still easy for any second-year transmuter. Flesh to wood is harder still. Then stone to wood, stone to flesh, and wood to flesh. And then there is shifting. That is when you do not simply turn matter, you melt it or turn it to mist or make it vanish entirely. That is not easier, perhaps, but different in a way many find easier to grasp. Do you see? Eben did not see. In fact, Caleb had said stone and wood and flesh so many times now that together with the wine, Eben was having difficulty remembering which word meant what. But just then, 3 black-robed figures strode through the tavern door, and Eben's heart quailed as he recognized Lilith and her cronies. Quickly he turned his head to the side, trying to hide his face. Shift yourself over, he said quietly. Sink into the shadows. Caleb blinked at him. Why? What? Why? What is it? Those 3 who just entered, they are... Is that my jester? Eben groaned and looked up. Lilith wore a smile as she approached his table, standing there at the end of the bench so he could not rise without pushing her out of the way. Her companion stood behind her, still silent, arms folded as they looked down at him. Leave us be, Lilith, said Eben. What are you doing here, anyway? I came seeking another, but now I think it would amuse me to drink with you instead. And may I remark how adorable it is to see you beyond the academy walls with one of your classmates. He must be a first year. I am not, said Caleb at once. You've seen me before. I am in the... Quiet, child, snapped Lilith, before turning her gaze back on Eben. I learned something of you today, Jester. Do you want to know what it was? Eben felt the blood drain from his face. He knew, or thought he could guess, what she was about to say. He had to distract her. You know that if you fight me, neither of us will be welcome within the academy again. Lilith laughed at him and turned to her friends. Oren, Nella, did you hear that? My Jester is worried for me. How kind of him to think of my education. But why would I fight you, little Jester? You did not let me tell you what I had learned about you. Eben, of the family Drayden. Eben glared at her. From the corner of his eye, he could see Caleb looking at him with wide eyes. She smiled at Eben's expression. Yes, it was quite a shock. But I suppose it makes sense. A worthless student from a worthless family. Why did they send you away, Jester? Had they run out of water for you to lick up from the ground? Before he knew what he was doing, Eben shot to his feet, but Nella, the girl by Lilith's side, shoved him back down onto his bench. He tried to rise again, but found himself unable to move. His muscles strained against some unseen barrier. With wide eyes he looked down, but there was nothing there. Then he saw Orin's eyes glowing white, and he realized this was magic. Lilith leaned down, one hand resting on the table so that her face was only a few fingers from his. What is wrong, Water Liquor? Did no one ever teach you to deal with a real wizard? Eben held, Hey, Clooney man! Eben held her gaze, letting his hatred show, but then he saw movement over her shoulder. Theron, returning with 2 new flagons of wine. She stopped just behind Orin and Nella and glared. Then her eyes glowed white. With a cry, Lilith's foot shot up into the air behind her. Her head bounced off the table on the way down as she was lifted in the air. Lilith cried out as her foot shot up and... See, before I phrase it as... With a cry, Lilith's foot shot up into the air behind her. With a cry, Lilith's foot shot up. The foot made the cry? No. Lilith cried out as her foot shot up into the air behind her. Her head bounced off the table on the way down as she was lifted up. The glow died in Orin's eyes as he turned in shock. An invisible force struck him in the chest and he fell back against the wall. Nella spun in midair and fell next to him, and Eben saw her grunting and straining against some hidden force. Lilith's bonds slackened and she crashed to the tavern's wooden floor. At once she shot to her feet, hands twisting before her as her eyes began to glow. But then she saw Theron and stopped. For a moment, all was still. Then Levin the Tavern Master was there, pushing himself into the space between Theron and Lilith, barrel chest blocking each of them from the other's view as he thrust his arms in either direction. All right, you lot have had your fun. No spellcasting is allowed in my barroom, as you know full well. He thrust a finger just under Theron's nose. She smirked at him. What spellcasting? The moment they saw me, they grew frightened and fell to the floor. Lilith pushed forwards, but with a hand on her chest, Levin stopped her. That is enough. Leave here now, and mayhap I shall not send a letter to your masters. The Yeren girl glared at him and then at Theron, but Theron's smirk only widened. With a huff, Lilith whirled and strode from the tavern, but not before she gave Eben one last look of hate. Nella helped Orin to his feet, and they scuttled out the door after her. The tavern had grown quiet as the fight broke out, but now slowly the other patrons turned back to their drinks and resumed talking. Levin watched as Lilith and the others left and then turned his considerable girth on Theron, hands bunched to fists on his hips. You swore to me you would not begin another wizard's duel here. Theron still held a flagon in either hand, but she swept one foot behind the other to dip in a low bow. And it gives me great pleasure to have kept my vow. I did not begin a duel at all. In fact, to my mind, I ended one. Levin shook his head. I mean it, girl. I will not have you breaking more tables, not to mention my finest bottles. Theron straightened and wiggled the flagons before his eyes. Even if I have a new friend who is willing to pay handsomely for such fine bottles? The alemaster shook his head and his scowl weakened somewhat, but his voice remained stern. Just remember, become more trouble than you are worth and you will no longer be welcome here. She stepped past him, planting a brief kiss on his cheek. You have the heart of a king, Levin. But Eben noted that was no answer. Levin left them. Levin walked away, and Theron resumed her seat across the table. She pushed one flagon towards Eben and took a long pull directly from the other. Well, it seems I misjudged you. If Lilith dislikes you so, you must be very nearly honorable, at least for gold bags. Eben shrugged, but Caleb had ducked his gaze, and at Theron's words he made to stand. I should be returning to the academy. The boy mumbled, It is very late. Caleb, sit down, Eben urged him. Please, I am sorry, for I dealt with you dishonestly, though I did not lie. Theron arched a thin eyebrow. Oh, dissent among the ranks? Eben sighed and fixed her with a look. I shall tell you as well, I suppose, since I would rather not anger you later with your command of magic. I failed to mention my family's name earlier, but I am Eben, of the family Drayden, and I hail from the capital of Idris. Theron became very still, except for her fingers, which drummed on the neck of her wine flagon. Tap, 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 tap. I'm sorry, said Eben, lowering his gaze now. Only that name has plagued me all my life, and it seems that everyone I meet hates me because I carry it. I thought that here, where we all wear the same black robes, mayhap I could leave it behind. Yet I cannot. Lilith will not let me, and now, it seems, neither will the two of you. I should not have come here tonight. He made to stand. Oh, sit down, said Theron, eyes rolling. Honestly, you wealthy ones are so prone to dramatics. Eben hesitated. Looking back, he saw Caleb still looking down at his lap. After a long moment of silence, the boy finally looked up at him. I thought you were royalty, like me. I am not, said Eben. Would you have befriended me if you knew? I have not had a friend in many a long year. Forgive me, for I saw a chance at finding one, but I should not have lied to make it come true. For a moment, Caleb looked out the window to the street where constables were just now coming around to light the street lamps. His hands twisted in his lap. I suppose I can understand that, he said quietly. Theron took Eben's goblet and handed it to him. Drayden or not, and whether you summon it by gold or by alchemy, only keep the wine coming and you will have my friendship. Eben smirked, and he saw Caleb give a little smile. He took a seat, and together they raised their cups to drink deep. Okay. Just wanted to finish that chapter off. Chapter 13, dude! Taking a break. Be right back. Hey, we're back. Chapter 14. When he went to break his fast the next morning, Eben sat at an empty table as he had done before. But soon, to his slight surprise, Theron came and sat wordlessly on the bench beside him. After a moment, Caleb sat on his other side. What? Who's L5? Well, another Korean team. No, I mean, that's cool. Good for them. After a moment, Caleb sat on his other side. Theron looked none the worse for wear, but Caleb held a hand pressed hard over his brown eyes. Brown eyes? Blue eyes. And his coppery hair was greasy, as though he had yet to bathe. Why, he muttered as he sat with them, why does it hurt so? Eben smiled. You have found the sweet pain of wine, my young friend, said. You have found the sweet pain of wine, my young friend. I fear that I did not watch you as closely as I should have. You drank too much for your own good. Caleb peered at him from between his fingers. Is it always like this? Do dragons scream within your head as well? They do not, but then I do not think I drank so much as you, said Eben diplomatically. You had more, and so did I, said Theron, missing his attempt at kindness, or mayhap not caring. Only we can hold our wine. Do not say that word, said Caleb, quickly pressing a hand to his mouth. The very sound of it makes me want to vomit. Eben clapped him on the back, and the boy winced. You should be proud you have not done that already. I have. Twice. Theron had finished her food shockingly fast, and now she shoved the heel of her bread into Eben's bowl to soak up some of his broth. It occurs to me that, after last night's fisticuffs, which I rather enjoyed, our conversation did not range so far as it might have. We seemed more interested in wine than words. Please do not say that word. Theron ignored him. What did you do to invite Lilith's wrath, Eben? Oh, ballistics was at they were ballistics at BlizzCon? Well, that makes sense. Eben shrugged, though secretly he was pleased that she no longer called him Goldbag. I only met her the day before last. She seemed to hate me from the start, though as you heard, she did not learn my family's name until yesterday. Mayhap she only meant to mock me at first, because I am... Theron frowned. What is it? Come, spit it out. Caleb looked at her, lips twisting. He is untrained. His father never let him study magic. Theron stared. You cannot be serious. I wish I were not. Theron twisted a finger, and the empty bowl before her lifted up until it was standing on one edge. Spinning her finger in little circles, she sent it twirling on the spot until it was only a blur before her. Theron's eyes glowed as she twisted a finger, and the empty bowl before her lifted up until it was standing on one edge. Spinning her finger in little circles, she sent it twirling on the spot until it was only a blur before her. Eben did not know if she did it to torment him or only because her mind was working, but he wished she would stop it. You mean to say that you cannot do even the simplest of magic? How did you learn you were an alchemist, then? Transmuter, said Caleb. Wine, said Theron. Caleb groaned. I did the testing spell when I was a child, said Eben, but the moment my father learned the truth, he forbid me from ever trying it again. My valet was required to report it if I was ever seen trying a spell. I managed the testing spell again only 2 days ago, but when I tried it yesterday, it did not work. And this morning... What did Credell say when you told him? Said Caleb. Eben stabbed his spoon into his soup, making some of it splash out on the table. It was hard to tell around all of his gibbering. He's more frightened of me than he would be of a viper in his bed. At this rate, I shall never be an alchemist. Theron snorted. Poor little gold bag. You know, do you not, that some of us do not have a family name to help us in our training here? He glared at her. My name has not helped me at all. If anything, it has made things worse. She dismissed him with a wave. Spare me. The dean is a Drayden, no doubt some distant cousin of yours. Then the glow faded from her eyes, and she leaned forwards with interest. Her bowl stopped spinning, and her voice dropped to a conspiratorial whisper. Say, you could appeal to him for special permissions. We could leave the academy after hours if we wanted. Mayhap you could have him speak to my instructor to teach me higher spells. You misunderstand his view of me, said Eben. He only sees me at all out of pompous vanity and some small sense of duty to my aunt. And his visit made Credell's treatment of me all the more difficult to bear. Theron glared at him. Poor little gold bag, she said again. She leaned back and her eyes briefly glowed again. She leaned back, her eyes glowed, and her spoon flew into her bowl with a little clunk. Caleb watched her spells with a little pout. I wish I were a mentalist, he said wistfully, or an elementalist even. How wonderful it must be to have such power. Transmutation often seems the weakest of the branches. Theron shrugged. I will not deny that my gift can be amusing. Eben, too, was impressed by her effortless command of her magic, and watching her lift her bowl into her hands using only her mind, he was struck by an idea. Theron, could you teach me? She blinked at him, the glow in her eyes dying. Teach you what? Magic. Caleb agreed to help me learn my spells, but you were more advanced than he. Mayhap you could even help both of us. Caleb and Theron gawked at each other before looking back to Eben. Sky above, Theron said quietly. Do you honestly know nothing of magic? He felt his cheeks burning, and he ducked his head. I've told you as much already. You said so, yes, but... Theron chuckled. Oh, this is rich indeed. I was determined not to pity you, Eben, but you test my limits. Eben leaned away from the table, folding his arms. He knew he must look like a pouting child, but he did not care. Stop your mockery. Tell me what I said wrong. Caleb put a gentle hand on Eben's arm and spoke with a slow patience that grated on his nerves. The different branches are utterly unlike each other. Theron could no more teach you magic than a bird could teach you to fly. I do not understand, said Eben, brow furrowing. Magic is magic. Does it not all come from the same source? Theron shook her head sadly as Caleb went on. Mayhap, but it becomes different by the time we are able to use it. Elementalism is chiefly cast through speech, mentalism through the eyes, therianthropy takes place in the mind, and transmutation is cast through the hands. But we all envision our spells as we cast them, said Eben. Caleb's lips pressed together, and he looked helplessly at Theron. Again she shook her head. Yes and no. It is difficult to explain, even for me. Even, I sometimes think, for our instructors. I can tell you only that once you have attained command of your gift, it comes ever more naturally. Likely, you do not remember learning to walk, but you have seen babies trying to master it. They try and try, but they cannot keep their balance. Then, one day, they are able to take their first steps. From then on, they simply walk. You do it without thinking now, but could you explain it to an infant? And transmutation is to mentalism as walking is to a fish's swimming, put in Caleb. Or like a bird's learning to fly. Eben shook his head miserably. I still do not understand. Caleb put a hand on his shoulder and smiled brightly. You shall. I will do my best to teach you. Soon you shall turn wood to stone as though it were pouring wine into a goblet. Eben sighed. I tried that this morning. I snuck into my classroom to fetch a wooden rod. He pulled it from his robes. Yet it is still wooden, and I cannot seem to grasp the first thing about turning it otherwise. You'll learn it soon, said Caleb. I hope so, groused Eben. It would be nice to have a victory, even one so small. My instructor is afraid of me. The dean only makes it worse, and for some reason I cannot comprehend, a Yeren girl has decided to make me her own personal whipping boy. Finding I cannot use magic after all would only seem to fit the pattern. Theron's eyes glowed, and the rod floated from his grip into the air. She spun it before her eyes as she pursed her lips. Well, I do not envy you. Learning my first magic after the testing spell seemed to take ages, but it came easier after that. The glow died away, and she caught the rod as it fell. She leaned forwards with interest, pointing the rod at Eben like a baton. Say, mayhap we can solve one of your problems, at least. You have started some quarrel with Lilith, or the quarrel has come to you regardless. How should you like to repay her for shaming you? Theron, said Caleb. His voice held a tone of warning, but Eben leaned towards her as interest piqued. I do not wish to invite the instructor's wrath for fighting, he said. Fighting, said Theron with a quick shake of her head. Sky above, nothing so crass. Only she has the best of you in magic, yes? Yet you have strengths. Your family name is stronger than hers, and your pockets are deeper, and you have me. Her teeth flashed in a grin. Eben, this is a terrible idea, said Caleb. You have not even heard it, said Theron. Say on then, said Eben. Not here. Theron looked about as though someone might be listening. But let us gather after the day's studies, and we shall see what might be done. Why, said Caleb, narrowing his eyes. Why would you help him fight Lilith? Theron only shrugged. She and I have had our own tussles in the past. Surely you can imagine how a girl like her might have more than one foe. A bell clanged, reverberating around the dining hall. Well, let us go to the library, said Caleb. I shall do my best to help you learn your spells, and mayhap you will forget all about this foolish plan of Theron's. This afternoon I shall do my best to help you learn your spells, and mayhap you will forget all about this foolish plan of Theron's. Farewell, said Theron. I shall see you this evening. And know this, Eben, I have not forgotten my plans for you. Some day soon you will speak to the dean on our behalf. She fixed him with a stern look and turned to go. She left her dishes, grumbled Caleb, scooping them up from the table. Eben realized later that he had not the faintest idea where to find Theron after their studies, but he need not have worried. When he and Caleb left the library at the end of the day, they found Theron waiting for them in the hall just outside. She stood on one foot and leaned against the wall, arms folded, but she straightened as soon as she saw them. There you two are. Took you long enough. Do not tell me you are bookworms as well as gold bags. I can only forgive so many flaws. Theron, I have been thinking, said Caleb. Mayhap all that is required here is a calm, measured conversation with Lilith. I am certain that she and Eben can work out their differences, if only... She ignored him, falling into step beside Eben and speaking so abruptly that Caleb fell to silence. Allow me to instruct you in the manner of your revenge. I am quite proud of this idea. It relies for its success on the general prudishness of most gold bags, and particularly those of the family Yeren. Prudishness? Said Caleb. Royalty are so concerned with concealing... You royal types are so concerned with concealing yourselves. The family Yeren have adopted the affectation as well, mayhap because they aspire to your station, explained Theron. Any commoner in the city or the forest thinks nothing of shedding some clothing on a hot day, but you would rather sit sweating in your carriages than reveal so much as your chest. In the highest circles, I am given to believe that being caught half naked is the height of embarrassment. Well, certainly, said Caleb indignantly. You cannot tell me you would not... You cannot tell me you would enjoy walking about naked. Our bodies are for spouses and lovers. Spoken like a true gold bag, sneered Theron, and so does Lilith believe. Eben himself was not overly fond of being seen disrobed, except when it came to servants, but he said only, I'm listening. You should be watching instead. Lilith will be in the common room by now. So saying, she led them on through the halls and up the narrow staircase towards the dormitories. When they reached the door leading to his common room, Eben balked, but Theron gripped his shoulder with an easy smile. Now then, all you must do is enter the room and speak with Lilith, and I will take care of the rest. You want me to attract her attention? Said Eben. I think she dislikes me enough as it is. She will set my robe on fire if she thinks she can get away with it. Theron shrugged. Mayhap, but you will not have to suffer her torments long. I promise you that. Why will you not come with us? Said Caleb. Theron's eyes hardened. Because if she sees me enter with you, she might be less inclined towards torment. Oh, well, that is reassuring, said Eben. You mean to use us as bait? Come now, you may be a gold bag, but you do not strike me as a coward. Go, brave warriors, to battle! She opened the door and shoved them inside before slamming it behind them. The room was filled with students, some sitting in the chairs and couches, others standing beside them. The sharp noise of the door drew every eye, and for a moment the room was filled with perfect silence. Said Eben, his cheeks flushing. Good evening. The jester has arrived, Lilith's already too familiar voice sang out from the other end of the room. Fellow students, our evening's entertainment is here, and not a moment too soon. She sat in a broad leather armchair, resting upon it as though it were a throne. Orin and Nella completed the picture, standing to either side of her like attendants. At her word, every student averted their gaze. Lilith was clearly on the hunt, and none of the others wished to become prey. Well met, Lilith, said Eben. He wondered if he should go to her directly or if he should act as if he were going towards his dormitory. Theron wanted him to speak to Lilith, but would it not be suspicious if he did so directly? Hey, Blakey Flakes, I write in Scrivener. Oh, shit. I used to have a command for that. There you go. You can get it at that link, and I get I get a couple bucks tossed my way. Yeah, in my opinion, Scrivener is the best writing software available currently. There are other softwares being developed that I think might beat it eventually, but they're not there yet. Oh. Do. And you have brought another plaything, said Lilith, nodding towards Caleb. You must promise to keep him around. 2 jesters are twice the fun, after all. With a sigh, Eben made his way across the room to her. Until Theron made her move, they would have to keep Lilith's attention. As they drew up before her, Caleb stepped forth and offered his hand. Well met. We have not been introduced. I am Caleb of the... Away, whelp. I saw enough of you last night, or at least what little there is to see. Lilith waved a hand dismissively, and Caleb stepped aside as if she had moved him with mind magic, her eyes fixed on Eben. So, here he is, the jester of the family Drayden. She said the name loud enough to be heard throughout the room. From the corners of his eye, Eben saw that the few students brave enough to look at him quickly turned away. I am no jester, yet I find you laughable. And what other purpose does a jester have? She smiled at him and then at Caleb. The 2 of you are a remarkable pairing. A royal son whose family has great power and no coin, and a merchant son whose family has great coin but whose power wanes across the 9 lands. What a sight. You know nothing of my family, said Eben, surprised at the fervor in his words. Anger made his stomach clench and the back of his neck prickle. He almost did not hear the sound of a door opening behind him and then closing again quietly. Who does not know of the family Drayden, said Lilith. So dark and terrible a clan. Yet what have you lot done lately? You sit in your desert halls, planning trade routes and scrimping your coins. How the mighty have fallen. It is said that your grandfather ruled Idris with an iron fist, the royal family serving as his puppets. Your dear aunt must not have the spine for power. Do not speak of her, snapped Eben. At Lilith's side, Orin and Nella tensed, but Lilith only smiled. I shall speak of what I wish. After all, we are all friends here, are we not? Or at least we are young people joined in mutual endeavor to learn our magic. How fare your studies, by the by? Eben's hands balled to fists. Were it not for Theron's command, he would have strode away to find comfort in solitude. Though Lilith sat and he stood, the scorn on her face made him feel as though she were looking down on him. And then suddenly, as though Lilith sat and he stood, the scorn on her face made him feel as though she were looking down on him. And then suddenly, she was. Without warning, Lilith's chair rose into the air. At first, Eben thought it was her doing, some trick of fire magic he had never heard of before, but the look of shock on her face soon told him it was otherwise. With a glance over his shoulder, he noticed Theron lurking in a corner, half hidden behind a couch. Her eyes were glowing. "What are you doing?" said Lilith. "Put me down at once." Eben spread his hands, stifling a smile. "What do you mean? I know no magic, and I'm a transmuter besides. Is this transmutation? If so, I have never seen its like before. Mayhap I have turned you into a bird." The ceiling in the room was quite high, and now Lilith was very close to it. Then the chair began to tip. Very, very slowly it tilted forwards. Now every head in the room was turned towards her, watching as she scrambled to keep her seat. For a moment, Eben was afraid she would fall to the stone floor. It would not be fatal, but surely it would injure her. But he reassured himself. Theron must know what she was doing. "It is mind magic," cried Lilith. "I can feel it. Orin, stop them." "I cannot," said Orin, whose eyes were glowing now. He ground his teeth in frustration. "Which one of you is it?" said Nella. She went from chair to chair, seizing students by the front of their robes and looking into their eyes, searching for a glow. "When I find you, I will melt the skin from you." Then the chair flipped all the way over. Lilith barely held on to one of the legs, dangling there in midair. But then her legs lifted up. But then her feet lifted up, and suddenly she hung upside down in midair, still clinging to the chair leg as though the world had turned upside down. Gravity did its work and dragged her robe down around her shoulders, exposing her underclothes and a great deal of skin. Caleb yelped and averted his eyes. Throughout the room, reluctantly, students began to giggle. The laughter swelled and soon was reverberating throughout the room and off the walls. "What an audience I have tonight," said Eben, turning to them all with a smile. "It pleases your jester very much to have brought you such mirth." He placed a hand to his waist and bowed, as fine as any courtier. The students only laughed harder. "Put me down this instant," cried Lilith. Theron, I know it is you." She stopped moving through the air at once. Then, swiftly, she came back down. The chair turned over in its descent to land right side up. Lilith was not so lucky, landing hard, but not too hard, on her head. She shot to her feet and replaced her robes, her face a mask of fury. Quickly, she made for Eben. Theron appeared as if from nowhere, standing beside Eben with hands balled into fists. Caleb stood to his other side, though Eben saw the boy gulp in fear. But fright, it seemed, was baseless. Lilith stopped a pace away, staring at Theron with not hatred nor even anger. Eben recognized the look with a start, for it was the last thing he would have expected to see. Sadness, along with a deep pain. "You have a forked tongue, Lilith," said Theron softly, "and I care not what you do with it, but you will not use your magic against my friends again." Orin and Nella came for Theron, but Lilith stopped them with outstretched arms. Her jaw spasmed again and again, but she spoke no word to Theron. Instead, she turned her gaze on Eben again. And familiar hatred reappeared in her eyes. "Until tomorrow, jester," she hissed. "You find yourself in fortunate company." She spun on her heel and swept from the room. Orin and Nella followed after only a moment's hesitation. The other students in the room quickly turned away. If Eben had thought to earn more friends, those hopes seemed dashed. But Theron was smiling, and even Caleb wore a nervous little grin. That seemed enough, at least for now. "I've not had such fun in months," said Theron, grinning. "Come, Goldbags, let us see if we cannot get ourselves a drink before nightfall." Chapter 15. And halfway through the book. Yay. Oh, shoot. "30 chapters now, but the actual length of the book, the earlier chapters are a lot longer. Chapter 15. They spent their time in the library the next day reading Calem's hidden tome on the Wizard Kings, or rather, Evan read it while Calem sat by and worked on his own lessons. Often Evan would have some question about the text and would ask Calem. The boy's knowledge was incredible, and he would always answer Evan with some tale from another of the library's volumes. Often Evan would take down the names of other books that Calem thought he should read, and soon his parchment was full of them. He looked upon the list with some dismay. It seemed half a lifetime's worth of reading. When he tired of study, he would take out his wooden rod, and Calem would try to teach him how to turn it into stone. That's not a euphemism. But try as he might, Evan could not summon the magic to do it. Take your time, Calem told him. It is only your third day. You do not understand, said Evan. As long as I am in Credel's class, my time here is wasted. I passed his class early, and yet still it took me half a year, said Calem. You cannot expect to do it in a week, especially when you have never been allowed to practice before. That day passed, and the next, and the next. Soon Evan found himself settling into a comfortable routine. Comfortable, at any rate, outside of Credel's class, although even that became more tolerable. The instructor still looked at Evan with wide-eyed terror whenever he spoke or moved, but the other children seemed to forget their fear of him, since he did not do anything particularly frightening, and Evan began to learn their names. The wild-haired girl he had seen on his first day was called Astrea, because Garrett doesn't think ahead when naming his characters. Adara, Astrea, Albie. Mako, Melly, Momen, I should say. Tommen, Theron. And she seemed to take a particular liking to him, though she appeared afraid to speak with him. She seemed to take a particular liking to him, though she still feared to speak with him. Often he would catch her staring from across the room, but she turned and blushed whenever he looked her way. Though Astrea looked nothing like Albie, his sister, still something in her manner reminded him of home. Whenever he could manage it, he would catch her gaze and stick his tongue out at her. She would giggle behind her hand and turn quickly back to her lessons. Every afternoon he would huddle in the library with Calem. He finished the history of the Wizard Kings in his first week and began on his catalog of other books to read. But often he would come upon something that gave him some question, and he would refer back to the Great Blue Tome. He and Calem spent as much time trying to learn spells as they did reading, though Calem warned him often that they were supposed to use the time for studying, and Gia would be cross if she found out. After 3 weeks, Eben began to feel comfortable. Already, when he thought back to his first 2 days, they seemed to have happened to someone else. Even Lilith's torments had lessened, though she still gave him an evil look whenever they passed each other in the hallways. I don't think it is 3 weeks. I think it's 2 weeks. Oh, my throat. Ugh. Oh, thank you, Darth Smork. You're too kind. I need to check the Academy Journal's timeline here. I don't think any of this is accurate. Oh, God, this is so wrong. After 2 weeks, Eben began to feel comfortable. Already when he thought back to his first 2 days, they seemed to have happened to someone else. Even Lilith's torments had lessened, though she still gave him an evil look whenever they passed each other in the hallways, and sometimes she jostled him in the dining hall when she passed by. But she gave him a wide berth whenever he was with Theron, which was often, and if Theron ever caught her nearby, she stared until Lilith scuttled away. Eben suspected there was some history between the two of them, but when he asked Theron, she only shrugged and said, "Some, yes. Now she knows better than to create any more." Sometimes Eben would sneak out of Cordell's class and into the training grounds. The instructor could not possibly have failed to notice his absence, but mayhap he was relieved not to have the young Drayden in his classroom. Eben knew he would get in trouble if he were ever discovered, but there were many hedges that ran along the academy's wall, and he could go there to hide himself and watch the other students practice their spells. Sometimes he watched the classes of the other 3 branches, the Mind Mages and Fire Mages and Were Mages, but most often he went to the smaller grounds to see the Alchemists practice. Their spells were less spectacular, not the sort of magic he often heard in tales and the like. Yet Eben knew, or hoped, that this magic lay in his future, and so it kept his interest better than any of the others. He did not see the student who had turned her instructor's arrow to dust, but he saw the others performing similar spells with the cloth balls they threw between each other. When he watched the Were Mages, one instructor often caught his attention. He was a somewhat older man, black hair dusted with gray, and he wore his beard thick but trimmed close to his face. Eben thought he had the look of one from Selvin, but there was something familiar about him. But mayhap it was only because he looked so kindly. Always he spoke to his students in a calm and measured tone, and Eben noted how he would show them a spell over and over again until they had learned it. Then he would leave them, but keep watch carefully from the corner of his eye. Eben often thought wistfully how he wished Credell were such an instructor, but this man was a Were-Mage and could not have taught Eben even if he wanted to. One day, nearly a month after he had come to the academy, he was in the library with Caleb. His wooden rod rested? Not nearly a month. One day he was in the library with Caleb. His wooden rod rested in his hands, and he tried to see into the wood to change it, but he could not manage it. "Instead of seeing it, try to feel it," said Caleb. "Sometimes that works better." "Of course I feel it," said Eben. "I'm holding it in my hands, am I not?" "I do not mean feel it. I mean..." Caleb waved his hands about vaguely. "Feel it," he finished lamely. Eben's nostrils flared. "That makes it all much clearer. Quick, run to fetch Credell. I am ready for my test." He shoved the rod back into his robes. "Enough of this. I found a book written by a member of my own family many hundreds of years ago, and today I meant to start it. I will return in a moment." He stood and strode away from their table among the bookshelves that stood tall about him. He found the section he was looking for easily enough, for he was now well practiced in seeking out the library's many works. Slowly he scanned the spines, looking for his book. "How go your studies, Goldbag?" Eben nearly jumped out of his skin. He gripped the bookshelf to steady himself. He turned, and for a moment could not believe his eyes. Eben nearly jumped out of his skin, and he gripped the bookshelf to steady himself. When he turned, he could not believe his eyes for a long moment. Before him stood Mako. The man leaned casually against the bookshelf behind Eben, the wicked knife at his hip shining as bright as the sparkle in his eyes. His thick tattooed arms were folded over each other, but on one hand he held a book which he had opened to the middle and appeared to be reading. With a start, Eben realized that it was the very book he had come here to find. His thick tattooed arms were folded over each other, but in one hand he held a book which he had opened in the middle and appeared to be reading. With a start, Eben realized that it was the very book he had come here to find. Mako? What are you doing here? Something made Eben's skin crawl, something more than his normal reaction to the man. How did Mako get to the third floor of the library without causing some sort of commotion in the academy? Guests were not allowed to roam these halls unescorted, yet no one else was in sight. Your lack of hospitality wounds me, said Mako, frowning. It seems an eternity since last I was privileged to lay eyes upon you. Eben swallowed hard. It has only been a month. It has not even been a month. It has not even been a month. The days turned to years and all that drivel. Mako slapped the book shut and made to return it to the shelf. Oh, what did Eben say? Mako should echo it. The days seemed like years and all that drivel. Mako slapped the book shut and made to return it to the shelf. But then he caught Eben looking at it and he held it up in mock surprise. Oh, were you looking for this one? Here it is, young lord. Take it with my compliments. How did you know? Mako's too friendly grin widened. How did I know what, Eben? There are far too many answers to that question for me to give them all here and now. Never mind. What do you want? That question, too, comes with a host of replies. And why should I answer your question when you have not answered mine? Yours, said Eben, blinking. The first thing I asked you. How go your studies? Eben looked about, unsure. They go well enough, I suppose, he said, though I find it... Mako clapped his hand sharply, and Eben's words died in his mouth. Quite enough of that. I have come for another purpose. The family requires something of you. The library was utterly silent about them. Eben could hear his heartbeat thundering in his ears. The family, by which I suppose you mean my father. What does he need? Mako looked down at the fingers of his right hand. His left drifted to the hilt of his knife, and Eben's hands tightened upon the spine of the book. But when Mako drew the knife, it was only to pick under his fingernails with the tip. It glistened in the dim orange glow of the library's lamps. What sort of question is that? Said Mako lightly. He is your father, and the reason you attend the academy at all. Are you not happy to fulfill his heart's desire, whatever that may be? Of course, Eben said quickly. The last thing he wanted was for Mako to run back to father with tales of his ingratitude. I only meant to ask, how may I be of service to him? There will be a package left for you, tonight, after the Academy's lanterns have been dimmed and that white-haired old bat no longer guards the front door. 2, there will be a special permission slip from your loving cousin, the Dean. It will allow you to leave the Academy. Eben's throat caught and his voice grew weak as though he were being strangled. Leave? Mako took his meaning and grinned. Not forever, boy. Only for tonight. You must bring the package to the west end of the seat, where you will find an inn called the Shining Door. A man there will recognize you, and you must give him the package. What is in it? You need not trouble yourself over that. Could you not bring it yourself? This seems an awful amount of trouble. Mako's eyes went cold, and Eben shivered. I mean only that certainly my father would like it to be done fast. It will be many hours until I can leave this place. Still the bodyguard stared with ice in his eyes, as though the grin never wavered. He has patience enough for this, and besides, I am somewhat well known in that part of the city, and not in any way one would consider complimentary. But no one there will think you are up to anything nefarious. And will I be? Mako gave him a wink. Why should you be? You are only delivering a parcel. If you get up to any mischief, it shall be on your own account. Eben felt as though the jaws of some unseen steel trap were closing about him. But if I am doing nothing wrong, why must it be done so late at night? Who would not enjoy a nighttime adventure? And you have the Dean's special permission. Eben wanted to refuse. He wanted to tell Mako he would not do it and that the bodyguard could deliver the parcel himself. How did he know that this was actually at his father's request? It might be Mako's own scheme into which he meant to ensnare Eben against his father's wishes. But Mako must have seen something of these thoughts on his face, for he sucked a slow breath between his teeth and shook his head. Eben, he said genially, could you truly be so eager to disappoint your father? Halab may have spoken for you, but he could withdraw you on the slightest whim. Do this for him, out of respect and gratitude. He cares for you so very much. The words carried no obvious threat, but still Eben heard one. He could imagine being cast from the academy, his tuition no longer paid, his allowance cut off, and he himself bundled into a ship bound for home. Again he saw in his imagination the triumphant sneer on father's face as Eben marched in through the doors of the Drayden mansion. "Very well," said Eben. "I will bring the package if that is what my father wishes." "He does," said Mako. He pushed himself off the bookshelf and gave Eben a little bow, but Eben thought he saw mockery in the gesture. He turned away from the bodyguard, opening his book as if he meant to read it right there. "One more thing, little goldbag. Do not look inside the parcel." Eben turned to look at him, but Mako had vanished. He leaned out to look around the bookshelf, but the aisles on either side were empty. Chapter 15 done. Break time. Break time, break time. Gonna take a break. I'll be right back. Oy, 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 oy. Had to grab myself a little snack. I got started an hour late today, so I have to go till 1. Oh, but I was hungry. Excuse. Back to it. The day ended quickly. Far too quickly for Eben's liking, for he dreaded his errand, but soon the daylight had faded through the academy's many windows, and he felt an uncertain anxiety settle about him. He sat with Caleb in the boys' common room, not the one outside Eben's dormitory, for Caleb feared to go where the older children lived. Eben had taken to visiting Caleb instead, 3 floors higher. The children here were of Caleb's age, and they looked at Eben somewhat fearfully and left him alone. He found that he much preferred it that way. As day turned to night at last and attendants came to light fires upon the hearths, Caleb began to yawn heavily in his chair. His eyes were bleary and he rubbed at them. I slept poorly last night, or rather I slept not enough. I became caught up trying a new spell my instructor showed me yesterday. Said Eben, looking up. He had only been half listening. Caleb looked at him oddly. What has gotten into you? You were half bouncing in your seat and seemed distracted. Nothing, said Eben. If you are tired, I will leave so that you may retire, so that you may go to bed. I can stay up a bit longer if you wish to talk. We have not tried your spell yet. I myself am weary, Eben. Eben stood and felt at once that he had done it somewhat too quickly. I will make my way to my own room. Good night. Good night, said Caleb, yawning once more. He stood and retreated to his dormitory. Eben made his way quickly downstairs. Curfew approached, but had not yet come, and so he was somewhat unsure what to do with himself. He did not wish to return to the common room outside his dormitory for fear of meeting Lilith there. Instead, he stole down to the first floor and made his way to the dining hall. Some spare loaves had been left out on the serving table, as they were each day, and Eben snatched one up to tear into it. Something about his anxiety had raised his appetite. He took the loaf with him as he went through the white door into the training grounds. There was a stone bench he often liked to sit upon, and he went there now, clutching his robes a bit tighter against the chilly night. The moons were just rising in the eastern sky, their glow drifting down to paint the grass in silver. The stars were bright that night, and Eben watched them make their slow way through the sky. Soon it would be time, and he would have to go, but for a moment he could rest here on the stone bench and pretend it was where he meant to spend the rest of his evening until he went to bed. Voices sounded on the air, coming from around the corner. Without thinking, Eben dove over the back of the bench and into the hedges by the academy wall. Around the corner came 2 instructors, obvious by their age even when the night turned their dark gray robes as black as the students. Eben recognized one of them. It was the kindly-faced weremage he would sometimes watch when he snuck out into the training grounds. The man walked with another instructor, one Eben did not know by name, though he thought she might be a mind mage. They walked slowly together, and their talk seemed without purpose. But as they passed by, a curious thing happened. The weremage paused for a moment, and he turned so that he was looking straight at the spot where Eben hid. Eben's pulse raced so fast that he thought his heart might burst from his chest, but after a moment the instructor resumed his walk, taking 2 quick steps to catch up with his companion. Soon they had passed beyond the next corner of the academy, and Eben let loose a sigh of relief. It was time, or past time now. He snuck out from the hedge, wolfing down the last scrap of his bread loaf, and made his way back to the academy's entry hall. He half hoped to find Melly standing guard there as she always was, but Mako had spoken true. It was a new woman, tall, thick, and matronly. Eben had never seen her before. Her fat cheeks puffed as she stood to greet him. Under her arm was a parcel wrapped in brown cloth. "You are the Drayden boy," she said. Eben was unsure if it was a question, and so he did not answer. She shoved the parcel into his arms and led him to the front door. "When you return, knock twice, then thrice, and I shall know it is you," she said. Then she very nearly pushed him out the door before closing it behind him. Eben sighed, looking up and down the street. A few figures moved about in the light of torches, but none seemed the least bit interested in him. He knew it was not unheard of for academy students to go out after hours for one reason or another, but still he felt nervous, as though at any moment a constable would snatch him up and inquire about his business. Quickly he set off into the streets. Then he changed his mind, thinking it might be better to stay out of sight as much as possible. Nearby was an alley that looked like it ran west for a ways. He made for it, blinking hard to help his eyes adjust as he slipped into shadow. But they did not adjust fast enough. He ran into another figure with a crash and a yelp. "I am sorry," he stammered, stepping back into the moonlight. But then his eyes became accustomed to the darkness at last, and he recognized who he had run into. It was Theron. She looked just as surprised to see him as he was to see her. What under the sky are you doing here?" she said, sharp eyes narrowing. "I might ask the same of you," he said defiantly, trying in vain to hide the parcel behind his back. "And I will answer you readily. I am off to visit a house of lovers. Now it is your turn." Words failed him for a moment. At last he found them, too late. "As am I." Truly, she said, and he could hear in her voice that she did not believe him. Then what is that package behind your back? It is too fat to hide, or you were too thin. I cannot tell which. It is nothing, said Eben, trying to turn it sideways to conceal it better. Her thin nose twitched. Very well, keep your secrets. It is no business of mine what a man does with his lover. But if we are of a purpose, then let us walk together. These streets are dark, and they can be dangerous. Eben scoffed. Do not mock me by saying you wish for my protection. I would never dream of it. I mock you by saying that you require mine. I can fend for myself, he said, hoping she could not see his cheeks burning in the moonlight. She thrust a finger under his nose, eyes alight. Wait, I know what you are about. You have spoken to the dean, just as I said, and he gave you permission to leave the academy. I did not. He trailed off lamely, averting his eyes as he searched for an answer. I knew it. She folded her arms across her chest. Yet you would not even extend me the same courtesy. I might have known better than to think a gold bag would help one so lowly born. Theron, I give you my word I did nothing of the sort. I wish I were not here at all, and He decided he must take the plunge. I am not out to visit a house of lovers. Of course you are not. What then? He looked over his shoulder and then back at her. I was given a task by my father. He wishes me to bring this package to an inn, a place called the Shining Door. The dean gave me permission to be out, indeed, but I did not request it. Nor do I wish to be here. I do not like anything about this. What is in the package? She reached out a hand curiously. Eben snatched it away from her. I am not allowed to look inside. How intriguing. To his shock, her eyes sparkled in the moonlight. What is this? Some black business of your family's? Do you walk beyond the king's law? I do not know, he insisted. I only know that my father asked this of me, and he is the only reason I am at the academy in the first place. So I mean to do as he asked, and then promptly forget the matter entirely. An excellent plan, said Theron, drawing herself up, and I shall come with you. He balked. No, you should not. Go to your lover and pretend you never saw me. She waved a hand in dismissal. What pleasures could I find that would be grander than the intrigue of a midnight plot? Besides, what if you should find yourself in trouble? What will you do, turn water into oil and throw it in their faces? You need me. I shall not get into trouble. I am only delivering a parcel. So you think. She gripped his arm and dragged him onwards into the alley. Yet one never knows the perils that may lie in one's future. He tried to think of how to dissuade her, but she pressed on so determinedly that he soon resigned himself to his fate. But he shook her grip off his arm and walked beside her in sullen silence. Theron, for her part, seemed to take this all as some glorious nighttime adventure, though to his relief she stopped asking him any questions. As they neared the western end of the island, Eben began looking about for someone to ask directions of, but Theron tapped him on the shoulder and pointed. I know the Shining Door. It lies this way. Come. She set off, and he hurried to follow her. Soon they found the place, a squalid little building tucked in between two larger ones. The thick beams that held up its roof were bent outwards, like a child taking a deep breath. Or a body about to burst with pox. From the smell that drifted from its open front door, Eben thought it was more likely the latter. Inside, the common room was dim. And every conversation was muted. Many wary eyes glinted at them in the darkness. Eben was acutely grateful for his plain student's robes. If he had appeared here in the finery to which he was accustomed, he would have feared to find a knife slid between his ribs, the assailant hoping to find a fat purse. He wanted to leave immediately, but he forced himself to take another step beyond the threshold. His eyes roved about, seeking someone who recognized him. No one paid him any special attention at first, but then he caught sight of a sudden motion. In the back of the room, a figure beckoned him forth. Eben did not want to approach, but neither did he want to be in this place a moment longer than he had to. With Theron by his side, he wove his way quickly between the tables until he reached the one where the figure sat. It was a man, his skin pale to the point of being ghostly. This was certainly no man of Idris, and Eben wondered why he would be in league with the Dradens. A thin mustache clung to his lip, dipping down into a sparse beard. His eyes were rat-like and flitted all about. His cloak and hood were blue, but his tunic and leggings were gray. You know who I am? Said Eben, fighting and failing to keep his voice steady. The man sneered and held forth a hand. Eben gave him the brown parcel. The man quickly undid the string holding it shut and lifted a corner, peeking inside. Eben craned his neck, trying to see, but the man drew it back. I was told you would come alone, he said in a rasping voice. He did not wait for a response, but stood quickly and left, making for the rooms at the back of the inn. Eben released a long sigh he had not known he was holding. Let us leave this place, for I feel as though I grow dirtier the longer I remain. He nearly ran for the door, Theron beside him, and once in the open air he drank it in with long, deep breaths. Well, that provided no answers whatsoever, said Theron. I am glad, said Eben. The less I know of what just transpired, the better, I suspect. If I could drink enough to forget it ever happened, I would. There might be time enough for that yet, said Theron. It is not very late. The moons are halfway through the sky, said Eben. Let us return and sleep, or else tomorrow's classes shall be a torture. If you insist, Alchemist, I will show you the way. You do not mean to go to your lover? She shrugged. I think I have had thrills enough. She will still be there if I visit her on another night. Eben blinked at her. She? Oh dear, I fear I must have words with Caleb. Theron grinned at him, teeth flashing in the moonlight. You do not mean he is enamored of me? Oh, the dear boy. Eben shook his head with a little smile and followed Theron as she set off through the streets. They walked in silence, and soon Eben found himself wondering what it was exactly that he had just done. He feared to know, and yet he found himself even more fearful of ignorance. Always he had taken great pains to avoid any knowledge of his family's dealings. It was common knowledge that the Dradens were spice traders. Always he had taken great pains to avoid any inkling of his family's dealings. It was common knowledge that the Dradens were spice traders, but Eben knew of his father's late-night meetings and Mako's strange work that seemed to take him all across the Nine Lands. He saw the terror that shone in others' eyes when they heard he was of the family Draden. Always he had shied away from such things, and now he suspected that, unknowing, he had been thrust straight into the middle of it all. Theron must have entertained thoughts not unlike his own, for after they had walked together a while, she glanced at him. Tell me true. What was that all about? Eben sighed. I said I do not know. She shook her head. You cannot mean to persist in that lie. I know only rumors of your family's doings, but if even half of them are true, if you know only a rumor, you know more than I, said Eben. Never have I involved myself in whatever it is my family does that makes others fear us so. Theron scoffed. More Draden favoritism, she muttered. It is not, said Eben, growing angry. If you would for but a moment forget your abject, ignorant hatred of those who are wealthier than you might see that. I never wished to be my father's son. I cannot imagine such difficulty, Theron said Theron. She feigned irony, but Eben could hear true resentment lurking beneath it. What anguish to ride in a golden carriage, hiding your face to avoid seeing the dark deeds that paid for it. Eben wanted to answer, or rather he wanted to shout at her, but he was keenly aware that he might lose one of his only two friends at the academy if he did. Besides, he did not quite know where he was and did not wish to spend any time wandering lost on the seat. So he walked beside her in silence, biting his tongue until it nearly bled. Soon he saw the familiar shape of the academy looming above the buildings before them. Though he knew he could enter the front door, he found himself curious about how Theron had snuck out. So when she turned left, he followed. She took him around the corner where he found a small collection of wooden sheds pressed up against the academy's outer walls. Seeing his questioning look, Theron explained, They keep brooms and such within, and use them to sweep the surrounding streets. He thought she might enter one of them, revealing a hidden door. Instead, she stepped close to one of the sheds, eyes glowing. She crouched, then leapt. She crouched before leaping and flew high in the air to land atop the shed. Again she crouched, lower this time, and gave another mighty jump. The academy's walls stood 10 paces high. She just managed to grip the edge. Wall stood 10 paces high. She just managed to grip the edge of it with her fingers, and Eben saw her eyes glow once more. She used her magic to climb up. She turned for just a moment and waved, a black shape against the stars, and then vanished. Well and good for her, Eben muttered to himself, but not for me, I suppose. He trudged back to the front door and knocked upon it. After a moment it swung open, and the stern woman from before gave him a little nod. He ignored her, climbing the wide stairway quickly and making his way to his dormitory, where he dived beneath the covers and tried to forget the whole affair. 16 done! By morning, Eben felt little... Chapter 17. By morning, Eben felt little better, and he was exhausted besides. Somehow he made it through his morning class, though oftentimes he caught his head nodding. Once he barely snapped awake before crashing nose first into the table. Creedell could not have missed it, but the instructor, of course, said nothing. Well, if I cannot concentrate and Creedell is too frightened to say anything about it, mayhap I should take advantage of the situation, thought Eben. So he slid down the bench until he reached the wall and slouched against the stone. Soon the murmuring buzz of the other students lulled him into peaceful slumber, and he dozed comfortably. It was a while later before he felt a tugging on his sleeve. He opened his eyes, expecting to see Creedell, but it was Estrella, the young girl with the wild hair, her eyes wide as she stared at him. The moment he woke, she jerked her hand back from his sleeve. Class is over, she said softly. They were the first words she had said to him since that first day, when she thought he had come to the wrong classroom. Thank you, Estrella, he said, and then yawned wide. I do not know why Creedell is afraid of you. I like you. Eben blinked hard and looked around. It was true. The room was empty. He had not even heard the bell ring. Thank you, Estrella, he said, and then yawned wide. I do not know why Creedell is afraid of you. I like you. Almost before the words had left her lips, she turned and ran for the door as though her life depended on it. In a moment she was gone. Eben stared after her, blinking hard, but when he finally stood to leave, he found that he was smiling. The dining hall buzzed with voices. Eben stumbled between the other students, heading towards his usual table. Theron and Calum were there already and looked to be half done with their meals. Theron regarded him with a small smile as he sat, but Calum's eyes were wide with questions. You are very late. I am, said Eben. He spooned up a bite of soup with a grimace. They had had the same thing twice already this week. What were you doing? Sleeping, as it happened, said Eben. Calum blinked. He looked to Theron and then back to Eben. Sleeping? In your bed? In my class. The boy's jaw dropped, turning his face to a perfect mask of shock. He could not have looked more surprised if Eben had changed to an elf right before his eyes. But your instructor! Creedell fears even to speak to me. If he tried to reprimand me, he might die of terror. The tragic life of a gold bag, muttered Theron, picking at her nails. Leave off, Theron, said Eben. Her cheeks turned crimson and she looked away. Calum had not recovered from his shock and still gaped like a fish. How could he let you sleep through his class? What harm is there, said Eben. It is not as though he teaches me anything when I am awake. Still, I can scarcely imagine it. Calum shook his head, and then after a moment his eyes narrowed. But why should you be so tired? You went to bed just as I did last night. Eben felt sick. He ducked his head, picking at his sleeve as though something upon it had suddenly captured his interest. Yes, well, in fact, that is not quite what happened. I went out upon the seat. We both did, Theron said brightly. Eben wished she would keep her mouth shut. Why not tell him what you did, Eben? I scarcely know myself. My father sent me a message asking me to deliver a package to some inn on the west end of the seat. He arranged special permission for me to be out after hours. Caleb leaned forwards and spoke in a voice hardly above a whisper. What was in the package? Eben shrugged. I was not supposed to open it, though I greatly wanted to, said Theron. You went with him? Not by intent. I pursued other interests, but we encountered each other upon the streets. He was so cagey about his purpose for leaving the academy, I decided I should follow him and see what he was up to. But I learned nothing, for Eben would not give me any answers. Eben felt his temper was dangerously close to breaking, and his weariness did not help. I have told you. Yes, you have told me, said Theron, rolling her eyes. No need to do so again. Well, I think you were both terribly idiotic, said Caleb, folding his arms across his chest with a scowl. You should not have delivered the parcel if you did not know what was in it, Eben, and neither of you should have gone wandering the seat at night. Theron shrugged. I do it often. No one seems to mind. I doubt anyone knows that you do it, said Caleb. You use different words, but you say the same thing. I would not have done it, said Eben, speaking quickly before Caleb could think up another retort. But my father is the reason I am here at the academy. How could I be so ungrateful as to refuse to aid him? But you do not even know what you did, said Caleb. And forgive my saying so, but a favor for your family. Eben looked angrily into his lap. Say what you mean to say. A favor for my family is likely a dark deed. And yet, what would you have done? What else could I have done? You could have refused. To Eben's surprise, Theron spoke in his defense. Mayhap we are trying overmuch to craft guilt out of innocence, Caleb. Eben may be a Drayden, but he does not seem a bad sort of Drayden. What harm could come from a little parcel? And the adventure was somewhat amusing, at least. What harm? How can we know what the parcel held? What if it was poison, or a dagger, or even maidstones? He said the word in such a hushed whisper that Eben felt compelled to lean forwards and look to see if anyone else was listening. Theron's eyes grew dark, and she gripped Caleb's arm until he squirmed. Do not even whisper such things here, you fool, she hissed. I do not understand, said Eben. What are those things you just named? Of course you would not know, said Theron, rolling her eyes. Tell him, Caleb, but not here, nor any place where curious ears might hear you. You two have your lover's nest in the library. Speak of it there. She released Caleb and left them. The boy stared sullenly after her, rubbing his arm where she had squeezed it. When he looked at Eben, dark disgruntlement showed in his eyes. It is not a lover's nest. Eben could think of no words to cheer him up. It seemed to him that Caleb was right and Eben was a fool. Yet even with that knowledge, Eben suspected that one day his father would ask another favor of him, and he doubted he had the will to refuse. Come, he said quietly. The meal is nearly over and our next class beckons. They cleaned their table and made their way into the academy halls. Eben's feet dragged with every step. Chapter 17 done! I think 17 and 18 could be combined, actually. Now down to 29 chapters. By the time we're finished with this book, it's just going to be one big fuck off chapter. Once they had safely sequestered themselves on the library's third floor, Eben leaned in close. What are these maidstones you spoke of before? Why did they bring such fear to Theron's eyes when she fears almost nothing? Though there was no one in sight, Caleb still shushed him and looked around. You should be very, very wary of speaking that word within these walls, even in the most shadowed whisper. Theron was right. It was foolish of me to say it in the dining hall. But what is it? Said Eben, growing exasperated. Or rather, what are they? Excuse me. They, said Caleb, taking great pains to avoid the word, are black stones, or crystals, I think. I do not know where they come from. No one does, except those who sell them, and they have no wish to share the secret. Though they look like a shiny rock, they break easily in the hand or between the teeth. When a normal person eats one, there is no effect, but if a wizard should eat one... He fell silent, shivering, and once again he looked over his shoulder. Eben shook him gently. There's no one there, Caleb. You have looked at least a dozen times. Still, I feel as though we are watched, said the boy. Mayhap I am overly fearful. If we were found to be speaking of this, it would go ill for both of us. Well, finish the tale so that we need never speak of it again. As you say, if a wizard consumes a mage stone, their powers are increased many-fold. Even a modest elementalist could summon flames hot enough to melt stone, and an alchemist could turn a house to straw with a touch. If a wizard is mighty already, the stones can turn them nearly elf-like in power. And some other darker side of our magic is unlocked. For alchemists it is a corruption, like a plague we can imbue in matter that spreads to anything close enough. Whatever it touches withers away to nothingness until the magic is spent. They call it blackstone. Eben had leaned forwards without realizing it, and now he was gripping the arms of his chair as though his limbs had readied themselves to flee of their own accord. He forced his shaking limbs to relax. That sounds powerful indeed, he said, but if it increases the strength of our magic, where is the great harm? The stones do not only strengthen our gifts, they consume the mind as well. From the moment a mage stone passes your lips, it fills you with an aching hunger for more. At first the craving is slight, just a tickling at the back of the mind, but if you deny it, it soon grows to a raging desire that will drive away all rational thought. Wizards who take mage stone will kill to acquire more. They will cast aside all bonds of friends and family, if only it allows them another peace. As long as they can keep up their supply, they may appear rational, but if for even a moment their store of mage stone is threatened, they will destroy all the 9 lands to secure it. The library around them was utterly silent. Eben let loose a long whoosh of breath. Was that, then, the power behind the Wizard Kings? Caleb nodded slowly. It was. There is an entire section of the Blue Book that speaks of it. You will read it before long. That is one of the reasons I am sure it is forbidden. But if you learned of it in the book, what of Theron? Surely she has not read the same words. She has not. But every student in the academy knows of the mage stones, or learns of them in time. It is strictly forbidden to speak of them, and so, of course, everyone does so. But if an instructor ever learns of such discussion, the punishment can be severe. Some students have been expelled. Just for speaking of it? That seems unfair. It may be, but then again, who wishes for students to graduate the academy with a desire to find the stones? In fact, the academy's punishment may be considered light. If a wizard, having graduated, is found to have consumed mage stones, the penalty is an immediate and messy death. Eben swallowed. I will remember that. Where would you find mage stones if you wished to? Caleb's face went bone white. Eben, after hearing my words, how can you ask that question? I do not mean to go and secure some right this moment, or ever, said Eben, frowning. I only wonder, if they are forbidden by the academy and outside the king's law, then how do they even exist? They must come from somewhere. Why does the High King not track down the source and wipe it out? Why do you think I should know? The last I checked, neither of us were the High King's lawmen nor seated at her councils. Eben smirked. A fair point, I suppose, though wryly made. Very well, I still have a great deal of reading to do this day, and you have kept me at this discussion overlong. Do not let me stop you, said Caleb. He selected a book from their table and leaned back, waving a hand airily. Go on about your business. Eben shook his head with a smile and rose to walk among the bookshelves. He was looking for a new tome, the biography of an ancient king of Calentin, who many said was responsible for raising it to its present heights of culture and power. Soon he was lost among the shelves, peering at the book spines in the dim light, here where the lanterns were often ill-tended. What a good little gold bag you have turned out to be. The words nearly made him leap out of his skin. He recognized Mako's voice and ground his teeth together. When he turned, he found the man leaning against a shelf again, just as he had been last time. In his hand was a book, and Eben knew without looking that it was the very book he had sought on the shelves. What are you doing back here? Eben hissed. You must leave before the instructors see you prowling about. Why should they eject me? Former students of the academy are welcome to return at any time if they seek some ancient wisdom in the library's vast wealth. Eben glared at him. You never studied here. You are no wizard. Are you so certain of that? A shudder rippled through Eben. What did he know of Mako? No, he had never seen the man use magic, but what of that? Only an overly boastful wizard would go about casting spells needlessly at the drop of a hat. Mako was many things, unnerving, overly friendly, and mayhap cruel, but he rarely boasted. Mako was looking into Eben's eyes now, and he smiled at what he saw. Good, little gold bag. You are learning caution. Remember that our second thoughts are often wiser than our first, and the third are wisest of all, but the fourth bring only inaction. Eben shook his head, feeling as though he was ridding it of cobwebs. Enough riddles. What do you want? I wished only to congratulate you on the excellent service you rendered to your father. It was my pleasure to aid him, Eben grimaced. Even saying the words felt like swallowing moldy bread. Yet you made a grave error. You brought your little mind mage lover for company. Eben gawked, his mouth working as he struggled for words. He wanted to protest that he and Theron were anything but lovers, but more than that, he was suddenly terrified for her. He might manage to convince Mako they were only friends, or he might not, but what did that matter? The bodyguard did not truly care if they were bedmates. He cared only... But if he knew that Theron had gone with Eben, he knew she had seen the parcel. Mako must have seen the terror in Eben's eyes, for his grin widened. Fear not, little Goldbag. I mean your mind mage no harm, and I have not brought word of this to your father. Eben sagged against the bookshelf with relief. Then why make any mention of it at all? So that you know never to do anything so foolish in the future. I will keep only so many secrets for you. If one of your little... on your behalf. If one of your little friends should accompany you again, they may find themselves drinking deep of the Great Bay's waters and making a little house of their own in its depths. Eben spoke through a throat of desert sand. You mean to say, then, that my father will require more favors of me? Dear, dear boy. Did you ever doubt it? What was in the parcel? You know better than to ask. You are happier without that knowledge, therefore remain ignorant. And the next time your father barks and you jump to obey, leave your friends at home. I will remember. Good. Now, return to your reading. Mako threw the book at him. Startled, Eben barely caught it before it hit the ground. When he looked up, the bodyguard had vanished. Fear had seized Eben's limbs, and he found it hard to return to the table where Caleb waited. Now he knew what he had already thought, that Mako and his father were not done with him yet. Worse, he could no longer confide in Theron or Caleb and would have to keep the truth from them. They might try to interfere. At least Caleb would, and Theron might involve herself out of curiosity. That could spell their deaths. Miserable and alone, Eben left the bookshelves and made for the table. Chapter 19. Caleb seemed to sense that something was wrong, for he asked Eben many times that day what was troubling him. 18 dead! Eben only shook his head and denied it, and after a while Caleb stopped asking, but he looked often at Eben, his brow furrowed in deep thought, and he spent too long reading each page of his book. After their studies, Theron met them in the hallways. I have had a fine day, she declared, fine enough for celebration. What say the two of you to a night of drinks? I promise not to make you regret this one, little Goldbag. She reached out and ruffled Caleb's hair. He grinned, but Eben's mood was still dark. I have no cause to celebrate myself. I think I shall remain here. No cause? Then come and drink until you find one. Come, dear Eben, you are far too dour, and have been ever since last night. Together we can banish the dark thoughts that plague you. Tell him, Caleb. Eben barely kept himself from the retort that he was dour in part because of Theron's obvious distrust of him. Before he could voice the thought, any such thought, Caleb looked at him doubtfully and shrugged. She may be right. It could help improve your mood. Answers can be quick to find if sought for by an easy mind, my instructor always says. That has the sound of fool's wisdom, grumbled Eben. But if the two of you insist, then I shall come with you. Excellent, said Theron, clapping her hands. For in truth I have no coin for wine and need yours instead. Of course you do. How are you so impoverished already? Last night you had coin at least for a lover. Caleb's face fell as he looked at her. Ah, you are seeing a lover, are you? Theron gave him a little smile and ruffled his hair again. I am afraid that was my aim, little Goldbag, and for many months now have I enjoyed her company. She arched her eyebrow even as she stressed the word. Eben thought Caleb might grow even more distraught, but in fact the boy brightened as though she had said more words that Eben could not hear. Oh, I see. Well, I am happy to hear it then. I thought you might be. Come, wealthy patrons, tonight we drink until our problems leave us at last. As she led them out of the academy, Eben drew Caleb back to whisper to him. I had meant to tell you about her lover, but had hesitated, for I fear to upset you. Yet you seem cheered by the news. Caleb shrugged. And why not? I had thoughts of her, yes, but I thought it likely she would see me only as a child. But now I know that even if I were older, things would be no different. It is not ill luck at the year of my birth, then, but another sort entirely. Eben frowned. Still, ill luck is ill luck. My mind is eased regardless. That made Eben shook his head. Even as Theron dragged them both into the streets. They passed through the usual flood of other students in black robes, making for Levin's tavern. But Eben... But Eben's thoughts kept up their endless wandering, mulling over Mako and his father and the parcel, and more urgently what they might ask him to do next. Once he almost spoke of it to his friends, but then he cast a wary look over his shoulder, wondering if Mako lurked in some shadow, watching him. And, too, anyone on the streets about them could be one of Mako's agents, listening in to ensure that Eben said nothing. Nowhere seemed safe anymore, not even the academy. And then he thought of Theron, alone on the streets last night, and had an idea. I have changed my mind, he said, stopping in the street. Forgive me, but I do not think I will drink with you tonight. Come on, Eben, said Theron. How will you deny me my right to a warm fire and flushed cheeks? And you seem as though a good drunkenness would do you well. Eben reached into his pocket and drew forth a gold weight. Never let it be said I stood between you and a good flagon. Enjoy yourselves. Do not return to the academy alone, Eben, pleaded Caleb. You should be with friends. Eben ducked his head, blushing. I do not mean to return to the academy. Theron seemed to take his meaning at once, but Caleb's brow furrowed. He opened his mouth as though to ask a question, but Theron threw an arm over his shoulder and spun him around, marching him off down the street. Come, little master, our gold bag needs to be alone, and I can answer your questions without him. Soon they were out of sight. Eben was somewhat unsure of himself on the streets, but he knew his destination lay to the west, and so he headed that way. Soon he began to recognize a few of the buildings, and his steps came quicker and more certain. A few times he made a wrong turn and had to double back, but before very long he found himself on a familiar street, with a tavern behind him and a blue door just a few paces ahead. As before, his throat grew tight and constricted, and he felt a tingling in his limbs. He looked down the street in both directions before chiding himself for being ridiculous. Who there would mind that he visited a house of lovers? He no longer had to worry about a retainer who might bring word of his deeds to his father, and no one else cared a whit. He twisted the knob and opened the door. Perfume, silk, and the strumming of a harp. Immediately his eyes went to the corner, but it was a man playing the strings. Eben's heart skipped a beat. The house's matron arrived, sweeping up to him just as she had before, and wearing the same warm smile. Well met once again. How may we serve you this evening? You remember me? She shrugged. I have a gift for faces. Is there any sort of lover you are looking for tonight? Eben licked his lips, for they had gone dry all of a sudden. Is Adara here? Her smile widened slightly. Of course. Turning, she beckoned, and from the shadows of the room's far corner, Adara rose at once. She had been sitting there all along, Eben realized, and from the way she smiled as their eyes met, he suspected she had been watching him from the moment he stepped in the door. She wore Adresian clothes, just as before, though this time the cloth seemed finer, and when the lamplight caught it, it shimmered. Too, she had a sheer blue veil over the lower half of her face. Though it did not entirely stop him from seeing her full lips, it drew his eyes to her own, where he found himself lost in wonder. She took his hand. Hello again, Eben. A short time later she lay with her head on his chest, the two of them naked and nestled in the satin sheets of the bed. Eben lay there silent a long while, sometimes closing his eyes, sometimes opening them again. The quiet held only contentment. His troubles seemed far away, tiny things with simple solutions, only waiting for him to sweep them aside like so much dust. Adara must have sensed his desire for peace, for she said nothing, only traced her fingers across his chest in little patterns. At last, Eben lifted his head to kiss her. I wish I could have returned earlier. As do I. She gave him a soft smile, and he returned it. They were lovers' words, he knew, but that did not change the thrill they sent through him. How have I retained your lessons? Not as well as could be hoped, but mayhap better than I expected. She smiled wider. You must promise to let me teach you more often. I wish I could promise that, he said with a sigh. She frowned. What troubles you? He pursed his lips and looked away. She studied his face for a moment. He thought she might press him further. Instead, she pulled away, rising from the bed and going to a side table. His eyes were drawn to her movements and, if he was honest, her naked form. He watched as she brought him a pitcher and a cup. I remembered what you asked for last time, she said. I've kept these in my room ever since your first visit. He sat up and looked inside the pitcher, and then he laughed. It was half full of clean, clear water. She smiled, eyes shining, and pressed it into his hands. Come, show me a spell. He shook his head, still smiling, and filled the cup with water. She took the pitcher back and put it on a table. He stirred the water, focusing on it through his finger. Caleb had practiced this with him often in the past few weeks, and now it came easily enough. The world grew brighter, and Adara gave a little gasp at the glow of his eyes. Soon the water was thick and soupy, and he withdrew his finger. The glow faded, and he handed her the cup. There. It is nothing very impressive, but it is magic nonetheless. She took the cup gingerly and looked inside with wonder, as though it held liquid gold. That was wonderful to see, she said, her voice very small. Come now, surely you know other wizards. I cannot be the only student of the academy who comes here. Carefully, she put her cup down beside the pitcher. You are not, but if the others wish to talk, which is rare, they only want to talk of themselves. They never offer to show me spells, and I never ask. I do not enjoy their company as I enjoy yours. Lover's words, yet still he smiled. I only wish I had more to show you. I cannot learn my next spell, and I fear I will rot away in my class before I ever master it. What is it? Why does it trouble you so? He rose from the bed and went to his robe where it lay on the floor. From its pocket he drew his wooden practice rod. I am supposed to turn this to stone, but for the life of me I cannot seem to master the magic. I try and I try, but still it is made of wood, as you can see. Sitting beside him, she ran her fingers over the rod. Her hand brushed his, making him tingle with delight. Truly, you are learning to turn wood to stone. I am supposed to. My friend Caleb says it is no great feat. He can do it in the span of a blink, though he is 3 years younger than I. It is the passing test of the first-year alchemist. Wood is the dead substance of something that was once alive. We learn to turn it into something that never lived in the first place. That which is alive is made of many things. That which is dead is usually much simpler. Caleb says that is the purpose of the test, not to see the wood for its complexity, but to envision the simplicity of the stone. But still I cannot do it. She put her hand on his arm, running her nails along the skin. I have faith that you will. It is only a matter of time. But I also sense that this is only one reason you look so concerned, and mayhap not the greatest reason of all. He sighed, letting his hand fall to the bed. You guess right. There is something, or someone rather, who is much on my mind. My family has begun to give me errands. Only one, so far, yet I fear more will come. What sort of tasks? They had me deliver a parcel. She giggled, then stifled it behind a quickly raised hand. That sounds like no dire deed. I do not know what was in it, he said, but the man who instructed me to do it is no man given to idle errands. Was it your father? He turned away. I do not wish to speak of who. You may trust me. I do. He took her hands in his and raised them to his lips. Some might say it is foolish, yet I do. Only it troubles me, and it troubles my friend. She thinks I know more than I let on and am withholding it from her. She? Adara smiled broadly. Eben, if I were a jealous woman. You need fear nothing of that. She prefers the company of women. Her eyes flashed with recognition and delight? Amusement? Truly? Do you mean you have befriended Theron? Eben rounded on her in surprise. You know her? Wait, do you mean that you and she... Adara frowned at him, and it seemed to Eben that the affection in her eyes dampened. I am not her lover, but Eben, you should not be dismayed if I were. You do not hold any claim to me. Of course not, said Eben quickly. Only, I suppose I do not like to think of it. She folded her arms. You may as well. It is childish to do otherwise, and avoiding the thought may lead to darkness down the road. I have seen it before. Eben shook his head. I am sorry. You were right, of course. Forget I made any mention of it at all. Still she wore a little frown, but she relented and took his outstretched hand. Very well. He lifted her fingers and kissed them. It is only that I am troubled. I do not know when Maka will return for me with some other task from my father, and I do not know what I will tell him when he does. You will do what he asks, of course. He looked at her quickly. You say it so easily. Does it not worry you? She shrugged. Why should it? You only brought a parcel to someone in a tavern. If there is darkness in such an act, it becomes before or after, and it's not your responsibility. Yet I bore the parcel. She sighed and pushed his shoulders until he lay back upon the bed. Slowly, intently, she climbed atop him. Never do kings behead messengers for bearing words, even when those words displease the king. And if bearing such parcels keeps you upon the high king's seat and here in my arms, then I command you, bear them, Eben. Bear as many as you must, only do not leave me. He found it impossible to muster any reply. That was a good chapter. I gotta say, some of my favorite chapters in this whole series are Eben and Adara chapters. I like the two of them. They're cute. Though Eben's fears hung dark about him, it seemed that for a time at least Mako and his father were finished with him. He saw nothing of the bodyguard as the days became weeks and autumn drew nearer to winter upon the High King's seat. At home in and true winter came to the High King's seat. At home in Idris, the turning of the season had meant relief from unbearable heat, but on the seat Eben had found autumn quite pleasant, and now often found himself chilled as he passed through the granite halls. One day he entered the library for his studies and found Gia sitting at a desk on the first floor reading a short letter. He gave her a wave as he always did, but then he stopped. Gia was rarely jovial, but today she was more solemn than usual. Her face was grave, brows drawn together, and she hunched over the letter with worry. Slowly he approached. She did not look up or indeed seem to notice him at all. Soon he stood at the table, but she had not so much as batted an eye. "Instructor Gia?" he said tentatively. "Is everything all right?" She jerked in her seat and looked up at him. With a quick sigh, she folded the letter and tucked it away in a pocket before she stood. "No, it is not," she said, "yet it is nothing you need trouble yourself with. Do you require assistance?" He shook his head. "No, instructor, but what troubles you so? If I could help. It is this battle in Wellmont. No doubt you have heard of it?" Okay, we're going to go for 15 more minutes just to get our full 4 hours in. "I have not." Eben frowned. "I have not. Wellmont, is that the city upon the border of Dorsey and Selvin? They squabble constantly. Surely it is no great worry." "They do," she admitted, "but this seems to be something more grave. It has lasted longer than usual, at any rate, and even a border skirmish there would trouble me. I grew up in that city, as did a former student of the academy, one who I cared for very deeply. The last I heard she was stationed there, but I have not received word from her in months, and there is something else, something that happened in the battle." Eben wanted to put a comforting hand on her shoulder, but it seemed inappropriate. Instead, he merely stammered, "I am sorry to hear that. You taught this student were-magic?" "I teach were-magic to no one." He could not help a small smile. "Therianthropy, I mean." Gia shook her head. "No, I was not her instructor. She was a mentalist. But never mind, this is nothing for you to worry over. We can do little about it in any case, here so far away from the fighting. And a good thing, too. Carry on with your studies, Eben, and remember, wisdom in the right head may stop such wars before they begin. You should hold that endeavor as paramount, as should all people of learning." "Yes, instructor," he mumbled. As he left her, he thought of the war so far away and wondered what it would feel like to have a loved one stuck in the thick of it. That thought drew him to his brother Momen. He scarcely remembered when Momen rode away from home. Much clearer were his memories of the day they learned he had been killed. It had been a dark day, a day that seemed to go on forever, full of hurt and tears and hatred in father's eyes. He doubted he would ever forget it. In fact, a small part of him hoped he would not. A thought struck him, and it seemed odd he had never thought it before. Eben did not know how Momen had died. Momen. As far as he could remember, Idris had never been involved in any border wars with the 3 kings that bordered it. As far as he could remember, Idris had never been involved in any border wars with the 3 kingdoms next to it. Idris was a desert. It lacked the fair green lands that made Selvin so attractive a target. And the Kamar, the royal family of Idris, were almost as fearsome as the Dradens. He had never mustered the courage to ask his father how Momen died, and now he likely never would. Mayhap Halab knew. He would have to ask the next time he saw her. Caleb was waiting at the table when Eben arrived, and immediately he put down his book. "Let us see it," he said. Eben sighed and drew the wooden rod, handing it over. Caleb took a deep breath. His eyes glowed, and under his fingers the rod turned to stone. He blinked, and it returned to wood. "There, did you feel it this time?" Caleb had told him that wizards could sense other wizards using their spells if the magic was of an aligned branch. Were magic and alchemy worked in tandem, he said, as did mind magic and fire magic. Eben could sense when a weremage or another alchemist were using their powers. Now, as he often had before, Eben could feel a tingling on his neck and a turned stomach when Caleb transformed the rod, but it was no more help than it had been before. "I sensed it, yes, but I still do not see how that helps." How that helps. "The feeling it gives you. Try to emulate it. Try to recapture it when you cast your spell." Eben rolled his eyes and took the rod. He tried to do as Caleb asked, picturing the tingling on the back of his neck and the vague roiling of his stomach, but that only distracted him from seeing the wood for what it truly was. Nothing happened to his eyes, and he soon cast the rod aside in frustration. "It is no use. When I focus on the sensation, I lose sight of the rod, and when I think of the rod, I cannot think of the sensation. Just focus upon them both. It is quite easy." Eben thrust a finger under his nose. "If you tell me, even once more, that it is easy, I will..." Caleb smiled and touched Eben's robe. The whole sleeve turned to iron, and at the sudden change in weight, Eben tipped over where he... tipped over out of his chair. He yelped as he landed hard on his arm, but, as it was encased in metal armor, it did not hurt as badly as it might have. "Change it back," he growled. Caleb sighed and did as he asked. "Eben, you grow frustrated too easily. A calm mind is the best facilitator of magic. I have few places to find calm in my life." "Then I hope you are resigned to a life without spells," said Caleb with a shrug, "because that is all you will ever have. When you struggle to clear your mind, let this encourage you. If you master yourself, wizardry will follow swiftly. Then all the physical world will be at your command. You will control earth, buildings, even the oceans and the winds. Is that not worth learning to cast aside fear and doubt?" "What do you mean the oceans and the winds? Those spells are of mind magic." "Elementalism, Eben. You could at least pretend that proper terms matter to you, for I can assure you they matter to everyone else." "Elementalism, then," said Eben through gritted teeth, "but you have not answered my question." Caleb seemed to take this as an apology, for he nodded magnanimously. "I do not speak of elementalist spells like summoning water and wind. Those depend on motion. Our magic is magic of change. You can turn water to oil easily enough. One day you will learn to change the air as well." Eben's curiosity was piqued. He had never thought of this before, nor seen an alchemist at the school do it. "How? What can you do with the air?" "Some simple things," Caleb said with a shrug. "They teach more advanced spells in the next class, but I have learned the spell to make mist. Can you show me?" Caleb looked surprised and more than a little pleased. He crossed his legs beneath him, and after a moment his eyes began to glow. Before Eben's eyes, a mist seemed to spring out of nowhere, but as he looked closer, he could see it emanating away from Calem's body. Soon it filled the space all around them, spreading further and further until it reached the library's railing. The mist grew thicker and thicker until Eben could not see more than a few paces in any direction. "That is all I can do for now," said Calem. "My instructor says he could fill the entire academy with fog if he so chose. I do not know if I believe that, but then again, it is a very simple spell." He blinked and the glow faded from his eyes. The mists rushed back and vanished, and the air was clear again. "That is wondrous," said Eben. "I would give much to be able to cast such a spell." He felt his own lack like an ache in his heart. "You will learn it. In fact, it seems simpler to me than turning wood to stone. Air is a very simple thing, not like wood." "Mayhap I could try it," said Eben. Calem looked uncomfortable. "I am not sure that is wise. They teach us our spells in a certain order, and they do so for a reason." "What reason? If I can make mist, why should I not try it? Mayhap it will turn my mind towards other spells, even the spell for stone." "Mayhap," said Calem. "I suppose I cannot see the harm in it." Eben closed his eyes and tried to envision the air around him. He spread his fingers until he could feel its coolness on his skin. At first he felt no different. Then he remembered how it felt when he turned water to oil. He did not picture the water in his mind so much as he saw it through his fingers. He tried it now, and soon it was as though he could see the air's tiny currents as they wove about him. He opened his eyes and focused. To his delight, the world brightened, and he knew his eyes were glowing. Thin wisps of mist sprang into being, twisting in little spirals about his fingers. Joy shot through him, joy strong enough to break his concentration. The glow died and the mists vanished, but rather than disappointment, he only felt his joy increase until he laughed out loud. "I did it!" Calem's grin matched his own. "You did, at that. That seemed to come to you easily." Eben studied his fingers closely. He still felt that he could see the air's currents. "It was so much easier than the wood. I could see it as plain as the floor beneath my feet." "As I said, air is simple, but still, even I did not learn mist so quickly. You should be proud." "Have you ever used it? It seems to me that mist would be a powerful spell for sneaking about." Calem's face fell, and he looked to the ceiling as though for help. "Sky save me. Of course he would immediately think of how to use it for mischief." Eben gave his shoulder a little push. "Oh, calm yourself. I have no schemes to sneak about the academy and wreak havoc. At least, not yet. You would find it a hard prospect even if you did. Any alchemist or weremage would sense what you were doing and put a stop to it." "Transmuter or therianthrope, Calem," said Eben, wagging a finger in admonishment. "Honestly, you could at least pretend that proper terms matter." Calem scowled. Next chapter is long as fuck, so I'm going to leave it. Got through chapter 20, though. Yay, team! Oh, God. That's me for today, or at least for the morning. Oy, 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 oy. All right, I'm going to end off here. I might just take a walk and then try and come and finish the book because we're actually really close. How far are we? Yeah, we're 66% of the way through. So if I could get in another 4 hours this afternoon, I could theoretically finish, which would be really kick-ass. But I need to see. I have some other stuff I have to do as well. So we'll see. I'll either be back later today or tomorrow, as per usual. But thank you so much for coming and watching and hanging out. And hope to see you again another time on another stream. Until then, God, I'm tired. All right, bye.